Well, good morning. We got a few coming in. Good morning. This beautiful Saturday morning here. We got 80 degrees already. Sun is shining, clear skies as far as I can see. How are you guys doing this morning? Watched Dennis's video this morning. I hated to see that he has his truck going down on him. But maybe it's nothing major. Quick and easy fix and don't cost him an arm and a leg. Yeah, I can see where he's coming from, being disgusted and upset and all of that. I understand. And, I don't ever ask for it, you know that. But, just a simple like and share the streams and all of that. That helps more than you guys realize. And when you do share it publicly. No, that way it gets out more than just your friends. Because Facebook's not going to help you put the streams out, so we need all the help we can get. I've been part of Truckers TV for 3 years now, and I've seen the ups and downs of it, but Dennis and us work hard to get it back in good standings and take care of any of the issues, and hopefully we got it back to where it'll be good till the next time. It's been doing this every year, and it'll be better. We get good times and bad times. That's just part of being in social media. Not just trucking video platforms, but all of them. I don't care what they are, animals, comedy, it don't matter. They're always having problems. Good morning, Miss Karen. How's your morning going? And we just keep battling it, whether it's viewership or, Facebook issues. It's just a ongoing and reoccurring event, and we do our best. We've learned a lot through the years and try to get it resolved before, it causes more problems. And that's just part of being in social media, working on that. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. My saying, if I woke up, it's a good day. Well, good morning, Mr. Nicholas. How's your day going? Yeah, if you don't wake up, it's going to be a bad day. So always say, yeah, I woke up. It's a good day. Good morning, Lynn. How are you today? Right. That's the thing. And we've discussed several times about the issues of having multiple streamers on each page. And I kind of think that might be an issue. Facebook wasn't designed for that. It was for one person per page, and what it might boil down to is he keeps just what he has right now as streaming. I don't know. I stream on Facebook, and I'm only broadcasting one page on Facebook, and there hadn't been any issues with that. Now we do have the capability of streaming on all of them. I do my podcast also on YouTube occasionally. I'm broadcasting on YouTube right now this morning. Oh, pretty good, Lickles. Pretty good. So we'll have to see what happens. And if it doesn't affect the page, if one of Dennis's drivers wants to stream, then we'll see how that goes when they're added to it. But as it is right now, Lee, he's on the Truckers TV live page. Dennis, he'll stream on any of them. And like I say, I do the podcast on Truckers Television and YouTube. And so, the pages are running real good. They're doing real good so far. But we'll just have to wait and see. When you get multiple streamers on a page, I know there's others out there that do it, and I've kind of noticed not all these pages are monetized. And it could be the reason why is having more than one person stream on a page. It may cause a problem, but we'll wait and see. If Dennis does decide one day that he wants to add more people to stream, he may have to build some more pages. What do you think? Can Dennis add more pages? Why, sure. He's done it. He's got them. Good morning, Miss Michelle. Good to see you. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. It's all good. I'm trying to do more of these podcasts that I do. Try to build up another following to it. So far, it's not, doing real well, but it's okay. That's the way these start. Especially someone like me, I just don't. I could sit here and get a book and read it, maybe. I don't know. Because what I do is answer questions, talk to people in that way. I don't sit and live my life in the news and daily events. I live my days day by day. And like I say, if I wake up, I'm doing pretty good. Good morning, Miss Margaret. But it's all good. I always ask if anyone wants to come on stage, you're welcome to come up and have, talk to everybody. And it's always good to hear a voice instead of sitting here reading comments and talking back and forth that way. When you talk to somebody in person, I don't talk to nobody. I talk to cats. I hadn't got to the point of talking to myself. That's the best conversation when you have them with yourself, right? I would think so. Get more solved that way. But I'm glad to see all the ones that's come in this morning. Good to see you guys. We know Henry's working today, so I thought maybe we all know he don't do nothing but sit there in that booth. He could come in here and give us a lowdown on his job. Anybody else is welcome to come up on stage with me. Just to say howdy. Oh, get back on the right page. Yeah, it's a beautiful morning. This morning, the dogs were throwing a fit and fussing. And so I look out my front window, and lo and behold, there's my mama deer. She's standing there by the tree in front yard and staring down three dogs. They wasn't right there close to her, but they could see each other. Well, I kept wondering why she wouldn't run off, and she was waiting on her babies. She has two young deer, and that's what she was doing, waiting for them to come out of the woods. And once they come out, she went right behind them. Well, actually, Margaret, actually, I am. I just got off of there before I started the stream. I had to get some of that stinky spray, deodorant. So I put that on my list. I got the stuff for the cucumber salad and deodorant. Oh, I did add some meat. I'm telling you what, them pork ribs that I cooked, them little boneless country ribs. I'm gonna tell you what, they turned out really good. I'm proud of myself. I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that one. They really turned out good. So I got another pack of them on my grocery list. I got some boneless pork chops. What else? Oh, I did put some shrimp on there too, some frozen shrimp. Good morning, Miss Joyce. No, they're not breaded. They're cooked and deveined and peeled. I like them because I can put my own seasoning on them, warm them up, and there you have it. Good morning, Miss Debbie. How is your morning going? So I got all that put on this morning, other than the salad. I did that yesterday. Don't know what else to put on it. I'm gonna tell you what. I've been really enjoying that yogurt. That's my new to go to, and my favorite's the mixed berry. Wow, that is really good. I got the strawberry cheesecake, got mixed berry, I've got strawberry, and I've got banana and strawberry together. And they're all really good, but that mixed berry's my favorite. Good morning, Mr. Gordon. How you doing? Yeah, that's some good stuff. And I ate that years back. Not a whole bunch, but not here recently. I did have the yogurts because I could put them in the lunchbox and take them to work with me. A really good snack. And all of a sudden, I quit messing with them, and then decided, well, let's try it again. And I'm glad I did because I really like them, and they're supposed to be good for you. Isn't that right? A lot better than little Debbie snack cakes, I would think. Good morning, Miss Lisa. I haven't tried that, Margaret. I need to try it. I've looked it up before. We had talked about it, and they do have that exact thing you're talking of, the Panera broccoli and cheese. Yeah. But the problem is, I'm afraid I buy these things and I don't, they just sit there till I have to throw them away. That's my problem. If you don't get hungry, you just don't nothing sounds good, so you're probably not going to eat. But we'll get that one of these days. I've never had anything Panera. We've got a place in town. We got a Panera's. We've got a San Francisco Bread Company. I hadn't been to either one of them. I do like soups. And I do like sandwiches. But I'm going to tell you what, since I've been doing these shots, Subway don't sound good at all. I don't care what it is comes out of Subway. It doesn't sound good. Yeah, that's where I seen it at, Margaret, was at Walmart. Like I said, we discussed that before, and I went on the page while I was broadcasting, and they did have it. In fact, they had that. They had two or three other soups besides the broccoli and cheese, but I honestly can't remember. One of them might have been a potato soup, something like that. Which I love potato soups. Let's see here. Okay. Well, do that. I can go in here and find it. Grocery. Go to deli. Right there. Soups. Okay. Okay, they have a broccoli and cheddar, baked potato, and looks like macaroni and cheese. Ooh, chicken tortilla soup. That sounds really good. Creamy lobster bisque. My boy used to make lobster bisque at the restaurant he worked at, and it was really good. I never had it till he started working there, and we went up there quite a few times because the owner would always comp our meals. And so we would get a cup of or bowl of lobster bisque and some kind of funky steak. Had some kind of topping on it that made out of eggs, raw eggs, and I don't remember what it's called, but that stuff was nasty. I tried it one time and raked it off the steak, and then I started getting the steak without the whatever that's called. Tomato bisque, broccoli cheddar, loaded tater. They got quite a few soups. I didn't realize, and they're market side, most of them. That's a lot. I might get me one of them chicken tortillas. I think I will. It's only $4. I heard a good price. 16-ounce helping. All right, when you have soup, what is this mess? When you have soup, do you have crackers with it? Do you have cornbread? Do you have, or do you just eat soup by itself? I used to have crackers, but I don't do the crackers no more with soup. I just eat the soup by itself. And back when I was making soup, you had to have butter, a big old wad of it on your plate that's holding your crackers. And you put a big old slobbering spoon of it on your cracker, each cracker. Smother your cracker, in other words, in butter and eat it with the soup. One cracker to one spoonful of soup going in your mouth. Yeah, I've seen that. Well, hello there. Good morning, Miss Irene. People putting eggs, and it's kind of like this. People eat sausage and egg sandwich. I know I used to, Dad and I used to go to this one convenience store that was owned by friends of his, which they were my friends too. But the guy was old drinking buddies with my dad. Well, they bought a convenience store, and we'd go down there every Friday morning and have coffee. We ended up having a gathering of men there on Friday mornings for coffee. I got started eating sausage and egg sandwiches. Uh, Carolyn, the owner, I ordered the first time I ever ordered it was egg, sausage, and tomato. And I had that, and oh my goodness, I don't know what brand of sausage it was. It was really good. And then one morning I said, "How about putting a slice of that pepper jack cheese on it?" And she did, and I had that for 2 years every Friday morning. And it was so big that I couldn't eat but one sandwich. But man, they were good. And then now people has been putting eggs on hamburgers for a while now. I wouldn't try it, but I don't see it any different because people like me, I have an egg sandwich. I put tomatoes and cheese. You might as well put lettuce and onions and all the fixings you put on a hamburger. I don't. The more I think about it, I would try it. There for a long time, I said I wouldn't try it, but yeah, I'd try it myself. And that's the thing I hadn't had in a long time is a really good hamburger. My little Vietnamese buddy has a little hole in the wall hamburgers joint. I need to go back and get me a bag of burgers from him. he, I really liked his hamburgers. His wife was the one that cooked, but they had one of them flat top griddles, great big ones. And you know, when you cook a hamburger on any kind of meat, it's like you put it in a cast iron skillet and gets that really good crust on it. Well, that's the way her burgers was. Had that real good crust on it. And that's where their burgers was, and I got it loaded with everything but cheese and pickles. And I'm gonna tell you what, they fit to eat. They some really good hamburgers. Yeah, I know Red Robin does. There's a lot of restaurants that actually do it nowadays. I know we have let's see, was 308 Prime, and I think even David's put you can get an egg on your burger. There's a few of them around that does it. I know my one store that I love their breakfast at, they'll do it for you. In fact, a hamburger I had a couple of weeks ago from that one place I used to go to, they've got it on their menu. If you want an egg on it, they'll add an egg. I'm just, it sounds gross at first, but once you think about it, give it time, you know, you might come around and say, I'll try it. It depends. Do you like eggs? Do you like hamburgers? If it's worth trying. What's the worst that'll happen? You have to rake the egg off your hamburger. Yeah, you might be surprised. A lot of people, you watch them on TV and they take a bite of it, and they say it gives an added creaminess to your burger. Well, there you go. It may make a dry burger better because a lot of the places you go get a hamburger, they're dried out, they're overcooked. And by adding an egg, it may help it. You'd have to rake the burger off the egg. I hadn't heard that one before. But I do love egg sandwiches. I love them. But I cook my eggs, my yolks, when I put them in the frying pan, I break the yolk and spread it out through the egg and then fry it that way. It'd be kind of like eating toast with the eggs, fried eggs, over easy, over medium. I used to have a small pair of kitchen tongs, cooking tongs, and all of that got thrown out. So I had to replace them, and I didn't know I needed one until I cooked them ribs. So I went on Walmart. Actually, they had a pair for $1.98, and I read the dimensions and all that on them, and I thought that's exactly what I need. Well, I got it on my grocery list, got it delivered, and yeah, they're cheap, but they'll do the job. Did you eat bitty things? Because you try to use a fork and you sit there and wrestle with it and trying to get it flipped over, keeps going back to the same side, or you try to use a fork and it makes a burger come apart, or just can't get the job done. Use the spatula, and that's just one big device you got to worry about cleaning. So I did bought me itty bitty things. See, itty bitty. Look how big they are. The itty bitty things. So we'll get to try them out. What am I gonna cook? Let's see. I think all I got is hamburger patties till I get this pork in the house. Baby tongue, that's right. But I believe they'll get the job done. I've had the big ones. I don't like them. You wrestle with them trying to get them open because they have them automatic locks. You pick it up and they close. You have to put them down. They'll open up, and you wrestle trying to get them open, and just too big. If if you're frying and grease is popping, I can understand that, but I don't fry no more. It's all in the oven. So take it out of the oven, flip her over, and stick her back in. I've got the baby whisk already. Hey, that right there is the best thing to use if you're going to cook an egg or two. Scramble it. I'm going to tell you what. That thing is perfect for that because you put an egg or two in a small bowl, and that fits perfect in there. Gets the job done. Yeah. Oh, I'm speaking of pancakes. I bought some Pearl Milling cupcakes. It's in a cup. You just add water, stir it, and put it in the microwave and cook a pancake. So I got me a couple of them to try them. I've been wanting pancakes for a long, long time. And, frozen ones just ain't cutting the mustard. So I bought these just to try. Well, they were, I can't remember how much they cost. It wasn't cheap, they wasn't expensive. And I don't eat a whole lot of stuff like that no more. And so I tried them. I hadn't tried it yet. I'm surprised I hadn't. Well, it's been in the house for 2 or 3 days now, and I hadn't tried it yet. No, I don't like them frozen ones. Really don't. I don't know. I think Mom used Bisquick, but her pancakes were so freaking good. She cooked them a lot of times when you go out and have pancakes or you go to somebody's house. To me, a pancake needs to be cooked dark brown on both sides. That's my ideal cooking. And you get you once you if you cook a lot of them, and I used to cook a lot of pancakes, you learn the point where it burns and when it's not burned. It changes the flavor of it. The darker it is, the better it is. And Cracker Barrel, I have never had a bad pancake from Cracker Barrel. It's kind of like they read my mind when I order pancakes. They're perfect. I mean, perfect every time. I never have anything to complain about. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but when we was young kids and mom would make us toast for breakfast or toast to go with her rice or oatmeal. I, I remember many times that she would burn the toast, stand over the trash can and scrape it off. Well, it sometimes you may think it's burned. It's not. It's perfect. I know with this great value bread, the wheat bread that I use, I can't even brown it. I have to get it crusty to use it for my peanut butter toast because if I cook it to where it's brown, it's so hard, it's not worth eating. I can sit here and eat crackers with my peanut butter instead of going all the work of making toast. I know the one you're talking about. I wasn't too fond of it. That's a pancake waffle batter, and the reason why I bought it. Good morning, Miss Brenda. How's your day going? The reason why I bought it was in the section where bulk, I guess it's called, the big packages of it. And like I said, there for a while, I was cooking a lot of pancakes, and so that's why I bought it. And Krusty Christy or something like that. And I used it. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't my favorite. My favorite out of the box is Pearl Milling. You know, it used to be Aunt Jemima, but now they had to change it. Now it's Pearl Milling, and that's my favorite. I love that. Oh, good. Good to see you're having your coffee. I've done had coffee. I've had water. A lot of the store bought pancake mixes, the powders, they are all, I'm going to say most of them that I've seen are pancake slash waffle mixes. And, you know, it may not be the same brand that I'm speaking of. Let's see here. Pancake mix. Let's see. Crusties. Is that what it's called? Krusteaz. Good morning, Mr. Robert. I don't like waffles. I cannot stand waffles. I going to Waffle House all the time. Just the smell of them, they smell real good. But then I try to eat one. No, I didn't care for it at all. Okay, it's not that brand. But yeah, they smell good cooking in Waffle House. It might have been because I was so hungry, starving by the time I get there. But no, I wasn't a big fan of them. I'd buy one, and at Waffle House they got the little sections in the waffle, and I'd cut out one section, and if I did eat, I'd eat half of it, not a whole waffle, not even three-quarters of a waffle, just to say I did have it. In fact, I've still got a box of Pearl Milling pancake powder batter mix in my fridge. That ain't good. I keep saying I'm gonna have to clean that out. So I was gonna buy one of these Bisquick shake and pour pancake mix. Comes in a bottle, and you add water and just shake it up and pour it out of the bottle. Well, I was gonna get it until I read how many pancakes it made, and I thought, no, I'm not gonna get that because it said it cooked a whole lot of pancakes. But I got to thinking, are they silver dollar pancakes? I don't know. It didn't say. So I put it off. And I remember seeing them when I'd go into the store, but I can't remember actually the physical size. says it's 10.6 ounces. What is that one right there? Complete. There's a lot of brands of that. Just add water to. Let's see. Let's see what that is. Oh, oh. Let's see. Is that? I thought there for a second that Bisquick could come out with one that just had water where you could store it. Funfetti? Who wants a Funfetti pancake? Oh, peanut butter. Reese's Puffs pancakes. Ooh. So the one I got, it was only $1.42. Apple cinnamon. Mm. Oh, they got that in stock. But a cooking man, I'd be all over that one. Yeah, that's a shame that they don't. Bisquick don't make one where you just add water. I know, but we went through that. I'm not fond of pancakes that are frozen. I like them freshly cooked. And I bought, like I was telling them, I bought some that comes in a cup. And Pearl Milling has it. You just add water to the cup, put it in the microwave, and there you have it. So I bought me a couple of them to try. I hadn't tried one yet. And yeah, I can cook my own because I used to cook. Believe it or not, I'd cook a bunch of pancakes. And what was left, I'd take them to work with me through the week. Yeah, I just take them out of a Ziploc bag and go to eating them. I wouldn't eat nothing, put nothing on them. I like pancakes. I like pancakes so much. Every year, my mom I didn't have birthday cake. I had pancakes. Mom would cook me a mess of pancakes, a pound of bacon, and that would be my birthday meal. Yep. You stick a candle on a pile of pancakes, and there you have it. You might need pancakes. Well, you know what? You need to go out and get you some pancakes. I'm sure where you live at, they add lobster to them, right? That's yeah. See, it's got cake in it. Yeah, just order you an order of lobster pancakes. Yum yum. If you don't like the lobster, you can just what'd you say? Rake it off. I think that's how you quoted it. Rake it off. I'm going to tell you one of these days, I'm going to try lobster. In fact, this morning when I was on Walmart looking through their shrimp and stuff, I looked at lobster tails, and for two little lobster tails, $20, $21 and change for two little bitty lobster tails. I'm going, you gotta be freaking kidding me. Oh, it's not bad. It's bad to me. If I, honestly, if I liked lobster, it'd probably take 6 or 8 of them lobster tails for a meal for me. Well, maybe back a few months ago or a few years ago, my little baby boy laying up here beside me. Yeah, it's his turn to laugh. My daddy. I think the last lobsters that I bought was at Joe's Crab Shack in Memphis. And they had a Beantown boil or whatever they call them, where you order. It comes with taters, sausage, mussels, shrimp, lobster tail in a bucket. Well, 2 lobster tails, a pound of shrimp, pound of sausage, pound of mussels, and it wasn't just lobster tails; there's whole lobsters, and they were pretty good size. And it was right at $40. And I bought lobsters for a long time, many years at Red Lobster, and what you pay at Red Lobster for one lobster and very little with it, you're just paying $30 or better. So I thought, now that's a deal. And that's why we always like going to Joe's Crab Shack, is because they had a really good price on them meals. By the time it was over, when we'd go there, all I'd get was a pound of mussels, and that's it. I didn't like their fish. They had that beer batter on them. Yuck. Their shrimp was the same way. They had the boiled shrimp, but I'd rather had the mussels. And I just wasn't fond of their food. I basically just went there so she could get her lobsters. And that was kind of our anniversary thing, was to do that. Because we would go to either Red Lobster or Longhorn Steakhouse on our anniversary day. And then we'd go to Memphis in, what was it, September and August. So it was right there close in to anniversary. So I'd always take her to the Crab Shack. I bought a T-shirt that says, "I got crabs at Joe's Crab Shack." I thought that was cute. $100. There's a place here in Hot Springs, the Arlington Hotel. Hey, Virginia, good. Was it afternoon already? Yeah, it is probably for you. Good afternoon. How are you doing? But there's a place here in Arlington that they have it on Friday night, seafood. and it's 50, a little over $50 a person, but it's all the crab. They don't have lobster, and that's what really surprised me because Arlington is supposed to be a prestige old hotel, and they have two or three different rooms that have big buffets in them. But yeah, it's all the crab legs. They have two or three different species of crabs. I know they have the blue crab, the they have the Alaskan snow crabs. That's just seasonal there. What is that? There's another one they have. Probably the ones they call from Sam's. Walmart special. Rollback crabs. Yeah, we going to Walmart's to get us some of them there rollback crabs and lobster tails. Now you need crabs. No, I didn't see that. Wait, yeah, I did. I didn't read the article. I seen it. It flashed on my news feed. I did see that. When you said blue lobster, that's what reminded me of it. That was pretty cool, wasn't it? Wow, there you are. Did you wake up, Henry? You know, I was talking about you earlier, Henry. I I knew you was at work, and last time I did this Saturday, you come on stage, and we seen what you was doing. So I figured you was resting your eyes or praying or something, you know. And I figured once you finished praying or stopped resting your eyes, you would come on stage. We won't call it sleeping on the job no more. We'll call it resting our eyes on stage. But how's Mr. Henry doing today? Oh yeah, right. He is praying you wish Burger King was still next door to you. Yeah, yeah. So, did you catch Dennis's stream yesterday, you guys? What do you think about it? it's raining in your beer. Well, look it up. The one I would suggest watching is on his page, Dennis V. Adams page. I don't know if he shared it to the other pages or not, but watch it and give your opinions on it when you can. Make comments and just give your thoughts about what he was talking about. I sent you a drummer thing again. No. Let's see here. Did I get it? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'll watch that here a little if I want to get through here. Yeah, he is. And if you're a true fan of Dennis and his pages, give some positive thoughts and comments on them streams because he definitely needs the positive feedback. I know earlier this year he had talked about completely just doing away with all of it and quit because the negativity, everybody talking about him and trying to bring down his pages and all of that. He was to the point just giving up, and he's about that away now. But what he the biggest thing he don't okay guys, when you if you feel like giving stars, you do it. If you can't do it, whether it's money, personal reasons, don't feel bad. The biggest way you can support Dennis in any way whatsoever is just simply liking his streams and sharing them. That's the big thing because I see it myself every stream, whether it's Lee or Dennis or myself. We get a lot of viewers. We get very, very few likes and even fewer shares. I don't know if it's because people are embarrassed to let their family know what they're watching. I don't know what it is. I try to share everything. I try to like every page or every stream that there are. And a lot of people, I know y'all use your telephones. You don't have the computers or laptops like I do. And I don't know. I think I know how to actually give a thumbs up on a telephone to like the stream, whatever. I think I know. But on a computer, it's really easy. But that's the biggest thing. He's having trucks break down. He's gotten shafted by former employees. Uh, just a lot of things that's affected Dennis's personal life and his business. And just this right here is the biggest thing he would like is people that watch him and watch what he and Lee and myself create. Just like it, share it, and that's it. Don't feel obligated that you have to give stars. You don't have to. That is something that Facebook has put on. If you like what you're viewing and you want to support more of it, you can give stars, and that's another way to support it. or even better, if you are financially able to, become a subscriber to the pages. And there you have it. It I've said it many times, I'm blessed. I'm able to do what I do, and but that's myself. I'm on a fixed income, and I'm learning. I'm having to learn how to live under my means. That's why I can't give stars like I used to, because I'm having to live with what I got. But I'm a subscriber on two of the pages, and I always will be. And if for 1 month I have an extra amount of money in my checking account, yeah, I'll get stars and I'll give stars. But don't feel obligated that you have to. Just simply liking and sharing the pages. That's what helps more than, anything else. So it's all good. But yeah, watch the video that he had yesterday. And you'll hear from him. You'll understand what he's dealing with right now. He doesn't talk a whole lot in most of the videos, and when he does, he's kind of ranting or venting, whatever you want to call it, and he's just, that's what he does. As long as I've known Dennis, that's what he does. And that's what Facebook gives him the right to do that. So just a simple thumbs up, positive comments, that right there with the share, the stream, and it's all good. Now back to pancakes. Henry, we were discussing pancakes. So, what was it? It started out as hamburgers with eggs on top, a fried egg. And I come to the conclusion that I would try it. Yeah, it don't sound too appetizing, but I would try it. Then it moved to pancakes. And Irene, she said she's going to have to get some pancakes today. So I said, well, where you live at, you can get you an order of lobster pancakes. And she said she'd have to rake the lobster off and just eat the pancakes. Then it went to pancakes and crabs. I don't know. Every time I say crabs are here, I laugh. I guess that comes back from teenager years. You remember the old saying back? I know when I was a teenager, they had a saying that says, if you ever catch crabs, shave a line out of your pubic hair, and when they cross the line, take an ice pick and get them with the ice pick. So every time I hear crabs, that's what I think about. Clap on, clap off. Yeah. Do they still make them? I don't know either. Let's take a gander, see if they do. Why, looky there, they still do. They even make light bulbs. Huh. They don't have them by Walmart. They don't have them for a. There's some. They even got remote control. You can buy the outlet plug and operate it by remote control, and they just slicker now, snotty wall plugs or wall switches. Oh, that's a remote. Look back at your memories. Is it August 3rd? Yep. They got all kinds of spiffy things. Huh. I don't have that Alexa. Oh, you got one of them clap on, clap offs. I had it. I got one still in the bedroom, but I got one that you touch to turn the light on and off, and it has three different levels that you can turn the light on. When I first got them lamps, I thought, man, that's greater than sliced bread. Then one of them quit working, totally quit, and it wasn't even a year old. I thought, now that's a piece of junk. Yeah, touch lamps. But I still have one in the bedroom, the spare bedroom. Try Nephew was supposed to take it, and he couldn't get any more on the truck or trailer, and he left and said he'll be back to get the other stuff that he left. Well, he never did come back and get it. It's a real pretty lamp. The the top on it's glass. It's a real pretty lamp. So I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, it's blue and white. It's got designs in it and all. Yeah, I don't know it. That lamp's got you got leg lamp. Christmas story. Yeah, that lamp's long gone. It got thrown to the dump. I don't use a whole lot of lights in the house. Honestly, I don't. I've got an LED light in the bathroom that I have plugged in. I made a room lamp. You know, in mobile home bathrooms, especially when they're big mobile homes. Nowadays, they probably have two lights in them, but they mine is an '89 model, and so it's an older one. And in the master bathroom, it's the light that they had in it was not big enough, so you had a dark spot in the far wall, and unfortunately, that's where the toilet is. I know you. Why do you need all the light to take care of business? Well, yeah, you need that light. So I bought a big box of light fixtures because I wanted to go LEDs. And rather than buying the bulbs, I seen at Lowe's they had these fixtures that were LED lights. And so I bought the box. I can't remember, 7 lights fixtures in it. So I replaced all the lights in the house. Well, I had 2 left. Actually, I had to buy a, a 7. I bought 2 boxes. One was 7 and one was 4, I think. But anyway, I had 2 left. And so one of them I put here in the living room. I bought a 20-foot extension cord, the heavy duty ones, and I cut the end off that had the female plug on it, and I wired it directly to the light fixture so I could just plug it into the wall. Or I bought a one of them electrical strips where they have the lightning protectors, whatever they call that. It has a switch on it, so I bought it, and I've got it plugged into the wall plug. And then when I need the light off and on, I just hit the switch on the extension cord, hit the switch on it, and it turns the light off and on. Well, I got one in the bathroom. I got one here in the living room. I'm sitting there trying to talk, and I miss these comments. You don't even use all the food you get that's in my house. I don't remember it having balls on it. I think it's a female lamp, Irene. Yeah, it's female. I can't remember what's on it. I'd have to get up and look. I had I had 2 of them, like I said, and I had them on each side of the bed, one on each side on the nightstands. And the one worked and the other one didn't. So finally took it off. I bought a new light for the nightstand and put the touch one on her side, and I had the other one because I had that sleeping machine on my side. So had to have the extra space. Oh, I know. Everybody knows Henry. If you know Henry, they know he ain't got no balls. Yeah, Henry. I wonder if they have that. I'm sure you can order it. That leg lamp. I know they had, when I looked at them, they had 3 different sizes of them. I know Dennis had got one. I don't know if he still got it or not. I bet you Sabrina made him take it down, though. Oh, crud. I got to take it off of delivery. There it is. Ooh, it's purple. 3D illusion nightlight. Optical illusion leg lamp from A Christmas Story. Sexy silk stockings. It's a nightlight. There's the holy macaroni. The full size Christmas leg lamp from Christmas Story. $426. Holy crap. Now that's pretty. That's a moo cow. Oh, here's a koozie with that scene where the dad's got it smiling, rubbing the leg on the movie. Well, here's one that you can buy that has the wooden crate, it came in. It's not the real size, it's a small one. But you can get it for display like you got it in the mail delivered and in the wooden case. Them suckers are expensive. Hey, you can get your earrings. $2.78 a set. Everybody needs a set of earrings like that. If I still had my earring, I'd be wearing one. Here's some. Here's a light set. You can string a set of lights across there with the legs on them. That's cute. You tell him, Irene. You tell him, Henry. You tell Henry how the cow eats corn or horse eats corn, whatever. Somebody fired up a vehicle, just took off. Sound like brother's car. He's got that Dodge Charger, and when he fires it up, you hear it. I think it's just because of the popularity of it. It's the reason why it's so expensive. Man, that's $426. That's a lot of money. Didn't want to buy the house. I just wanted a leg. Oh my gosh. $1,250 earrings. Wow. Well, you know what? That's California's problem and fault because the way their economy is, the way they're taxed, the limitation on trucking services. California is I'm surprised more companies haven't moved out of California because they're doing it to themselves, nobody else. And that's the problem we had here in Hot Springs is we have corporations move in because we have what they call Mid-American. What it is, it's a industrial park. There's a lot of there's companies there, and when companies come to Hot Springs and scoped out this area to build in, they talked to the city directors and they would ask for certain things like tax cuts, uh, just to help them get started, right? Well, the city said no. You going to do it this way, or the heck with you? Well, there you go. Hot Springs lost a lot of opportunities with big industry because of their hard headedness, and plus the companies that were here, they moved out as I moved out of the city. We've had two aircraft manufacturers. They make parts for aircraft. They've moved out of town. We have one left. Just you name it, we've had them move out because of the hard headedness. And so rather than take giving cuts and working with these industries, they don't do that and flex a little bit. And so they lose everything. You know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure these things out. You know, give a little and make a little, right? Give a lot, make a lot. Well, the city directors don't believe in that, so there you have it. Oh, did they really, Margaret? I didn't know that. I am trying to remember. I think the one that's left here in Hot Springs is called Triumph. And I don't know, it may be something different now. They may have got bought out again. But yeah, we've lost a lot of industries and companies because of it. When I was going to college, there's this big company out there at the industrial park. They make compacts for makeup, Maybelline, I think it is, or they did. I don't know. I hadn't been out there in years, but it was right across from the main campus of the college. And then right next to it was another big company or factory that built speaker boxes, enclosures for speakers. And I don't know if they're still there or not, but the compact place I wanted to get a job at. You know why? So I could get free compacts. They come with a mirror, and then they ship it to another warehouse. They put the makeup actually in it. Well, the reason why I wanted them compacts for free is to keep in your toolbox. When you're trying to find bolts and nuts on vehicles or underneath somewhere in between something, you can always tape one of them compacts onto a stick or a ruler and stick it back there and see what you're looking at. That's what I wanted it for. I wasn't going to pay for them, but I thought if I worked there, I bet you I could get one or two of them. And of course, the speakers, I'd be a good job there because I was always messing with car speakers and home speakers and all that, stereo systems. They were there for many, many, many years. A lot of the well, actually, she used some kind of makeup you got at Dillard's, and she only used a foundation. It come in a really nice little compact. And when she'd use them up, I would save them. In fact, if you went to my well house right now and you looked right there where the pressure meter is, no, it's not Mary Kay. It's either Estee Lauder or something like that. Go look underneath my pressure switch, and you'll find one of her compacts underneath it because the pressure gauge is turned to where I can't read it. So I had to put a compact underneath it so I could see the reflection off from it to see what the pressure was. Yeah, it's still out there. I never moved. Hey, Braden, how's your day going? Good to have you here. So see, that's what I'm talking about. Most people don't realize that, but yeah, they're real handy. They're not real gawky. They come with a really good mirror on them. I don't like to wear it. I just have to occasionally. Them times when I'm just not feeling pretty. And with them things in a compact, the mirrors, you can throw them in the toolbox of your truck or in the toolbox behind the seat, and there you have it. They're really good to have around. Don't throw them away. Give them to somebody as a gift. When you use up all the makeup out of them, just wrap it up and give it to a grandson. Well, nowadays grandsons, you know what they're into, video games and all that stuff. I don't ever think I don't think I ever seen an instance where somebody needs a mirror to play video games. Put my hair on. I don't even think I have that picture in here anymore. No, I took that picture out of here, the profile picture. And I ain't going back to put it back in, Henry. And I ain't putting that hair back on. That's too hot. I feel sorry for people that has hair. It's hot. But it's not big enough. That was my issue with buying one of them mirrors like you're talking about, Margaret. They're not big enough, and I can't see them, especially when I'm straining, bending over a block wall. So these are pretty good size. I could stand up and look down there and see it, especially in the well pump house. It don't have a light inside of it. Plus, it didn't cost me nothing. It was free. Looks like 88 here, Robert. I don't know what it feels like. It feels pretty comfortable. I have not. I've been to West Monroe, and that's the farthest I've been. Baton Rouge, West Monroe. It's the only two places in Louisiana I've been. At one time, I wanted to go to New Orleans, but now that I've grown up and out and all over the place, I don't want to go. But that was one place that always interested me, and I wanted to go, but never got around to doing it. My first marriage, she had family that lived in West Monroe. He had a mobile home dealership. Her uncle did, so we had to make quite a few trips down there to remodel mobile homes. And in Baton Rouge, I worked at a motorcycle dealership, and Gonzalez Honda had warehouses down there, and that's where we'd go pick up our motorcycles. They were still crated up, Back in the 70s and 80s, early 80s, Gonzalez Honda was a main hub for American Honda. And so they'd come to the United States in these crates delivered there to Gonzalez Honda. And we had a flatbed trailer with a 1-ton dually Ford pickup. And we'd go down there and pick up the motorcycles and bring them back to Hot Springs. And that's my experience with them two places in Louisiana. Or as you natives call it, Louisiana. I'm not a OTR or was. I drove a dump truck for years. I worked at a treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, and I was biosolid disposal. So I had a dump truck and hauled it from the plant to the landfill. That was my job for 27 years. Went through 3 dump trucks. biosolids. That's what they're called in the trade. They're called wastewater treatment plant biosolids. That's the legal term for shit. That's what it is. Even treatment plants have to take a dump every now and then. No. And let me tell you something. We always, for years, I called it sludge. Well, I got corrected. And I had to quit calling it sludge and started calling it what it was called is biosolids. So that's what I had to call it. But no, that's what I used to call it was sludge. What most of the loads was not sludgy. It looked like topsoil. Once it went through the dewatering press and went in the back of the truck, it was more like dirt, damp dirt. You know what? You know, dump truck drivers get it up quicker than other trucks. Quicker and better. Yeah, we always said that, Robert. We take the best dumps. I meant it literally because what was I dumping? Yeah, yeah, that truck was taking a big dump. Well, thank you, Braden. You do the same. Happy Saturday to you. we, I'm gonna tell you what. I had so much fun with that job. People, when they found out that I was hauling that from the plant to the landfill, if I was stopped somewhere with a load of it on the truck, they would ask me what it was. I'd tell them, they say, you want to get rid of it real quick? And by law, you can't do that. You have to go through the health department, you have to go through EPA and ADEQ, get all this permission to physically dump it on somebody's land. You can't just dump it there. Now, if you go to ADEQ in the health department and go through all the red tape, yeah, you can. The only problem with that is, number one, it's not, you can't use it, the land that you're dumping it on, you can't use it for like growing root vegetables, cattle grazing that's going to be used for human consumption. So there's a lot of technicalities to that. And that's why it was either they make incinerators to where you kill the pathogens in it and all the bad bacterias, and then it can be used as a fertilizer. But it has to go through that process. You can't just take it from a plant and dump it. So that's why we just basically took it to the landfill, and for years they would mix lime they would pour a pile of lime, and then I'd back up to the lime pile and dump my load into it, and they'd mix it up, and then it'd be buried underground. That's how it used to be, but before, when it was said and done, there at the end, all they would do is I just back it there where they's dumping garbage, and they just push it up onto the garbage piles and cover it up with dirt. And the thing about landfills, they have to cover up all garbage at night. They can't leave it uncovered. So a lot of mornings I was the first there to the landfill, so they would have to spot me because there wouldn't be no garbage uncovered to back up to. So they'd have to spot me and just start my dump, and that's where they'd start for the day, garbage and whatever. But yeah, a lot of things. Used to, they would inject it in the ground, like our plant and the other plant had digesters, which you're digesting it down, kind of like your stomach and all of that does. It breaks it down to a stage that you got to get rid of it. It's called waste. Same in a human being. You got waste, right? Okay, that's the same as a plant. So when the plant needs to take a dump, I would process it and haul it off. Well, they had a company here in Arkansas that they would come and set pumps up at your digester tanks, pump it into tanker trucks, then they'd haul it off and inject it into the ground. Well, I don't think they do that anymore. Because their last 10 years I worked, 8 years, something like that. We met up with a guy that was in northern Arkansas that was actually still doing that. So we called, and we tried to get my boss to do it because it wasn't going to cost him nothing to dispose of it. When you had to take it to the landfill, you had to pay by the ton, and my loads were anywhere from $450 to $600-$700 a load just to dispose of it, and hauling three loads a day minimum for 3 days a week. That gets pretty expensive. And so the boss finally calls the number that the guy gave us, and it's no longer a working number. So we couldn't find the guy to talk to. So apparently he got shut down. Yeah, methane gas is a bad thing. The landfill that I took it to, they went to burners. They lay pipe through the landfill, to collect methane gas, and it would be piped to these little. If you'd go in there, they had little posts sticking up out of the ground, tubes, and at the top of it had little burners. And the only way it's burning, the top of it would light up. You wouldn't see the flames. Well, what they finally did was they plumbed everything to one central pipe and sent it to the head of the landfill where it could be seen from the scale house. And it had a big, I'm talking that flame would go up 20 foot high. And it was a continuous flame. It'd never go out. So that's how much methane was in that landfill. A lot of businesses will take and collect that methane and use it to power their plants, convert it from gas to a electrical use of an electrical power source. To get that started is rather expensive, but it'll pay for itself pretty quick. You know, they had thought about getting incinerators. They make them for the plants to where you can. They were going to put one there at the press building where it come out of the conveyor belt into the truck. They would set it between the press and the truck, and that way, when it come out of the press, it would be incinerated right after, and when in the truck, it'd be ready to put it anywhere. And they were talking about using it on the golf courses, you know, for fertilizer. Property owners did not like that because the thought of it coming from a sewer plant and them having to play on it, they did not want no part of it. So that got shot down. And plus, the cost to run them things is just outrageous. They were paying $30,000-$40,000 a month for just electricity as it was. So they looked into natural gas, which they don't have right there at the plant. And then they looked at liquid propane, and the cost of it, whether it was electric or gas, it didn't matter. It was going to be so expensive. It'd be a whole lot cheaper just to keep disposing of it there to landfill. So that's what they did. I don't think I'll go to New Orleans. Myself. Hey, I'm just one of Dennis's peons. I host this podcast for him. Yeah. I hadn't worked since 2021, and so I got hooked up with him. He asked me if I wanted to do we used to call it a chat room, and now he makes me call it a podcast. And that's what I do. Dennis is at home right now. He had to go back to his home and change trucks. The truck that he was driving is having some issues, and he had 3 trucks sitting there at the yard that he can just swap out and get the one he was in fixed. And that's what he's doing. He got home last night and figure he'll take the day off today and then get back out on the road tomorrow or tonight. We'll see how things go with him. So if there's anyone new here, this is Truckers TV. Truckers Television Channel. I broadcast on YouTube and Facebook both, and it's just a general chat. We talk about anything. It don't matter what. I used to say politics and religion we don't talk about, but look at me. I've been talking about more politics here lately than anything. It's all Henry's fault, though. I just have to see Henry's name, and it just brings out the fighting words out of my mouth. That's right. You damn Henry. Oh, Henry, what you got to say about it, huh? when I post that link to come on stage, I don't know if it should go on YouTube. I honestly had never even thought about it. Honestly, hadn't even thought about it. Let's see here, here we are. Here we are. Okay, I gotta mute myself until I get up there and get in YouTube. So don't go away. Don't go to sleep. Nah, Henry went down the road to the donut shop. I forgot what I was doing. Yeah, went to the other page and sitting there. What am I doing? I done forgot. Look how close it was between. Yeah, but I liked and shared the stream over there from the YouTube page. No, I didn't fall asleep. I just forgot what I was doing. I went over there on YouTube page and seen that pretty guy on stage and just totally lost all what I was doing. Well, they showed that they had apple applesauce donuts at Walmart. So I put it on my grocery list for this week, right? They said they had it in stock. So the morning of delivery, I get an email from Walmart. They email and text me both, and I looked at it. They said they didn't have them, and I go on the page and look, and it's showing that it's still got it in stock. I'm going, no, no, no. You done this. This is twice you done this to me. If you've never had an applesauce donut, you don't know what you're missing. They're just like a cake donut, okay? But oh my freaking gosh, they are so good. I love them. I first got introduced to them at the county fair here in Hot Springs. The home extension always made applesauce donuts. Wow. The only problem with them, you can't take them home with you and expect to get up the next day and eat them unless you want to cold and hard. All right. So the last time I bought them at the fair, I bought like 7 bags of these things. They wasn't big bags. I'm just talking, like popcorn, what you'd get at the movie theater bags, of popcorn. So I bought 7 of them, and I ate a bag at the fair and that night at home, just one bag. The next day I get up, go to the kitchen to get me some of them good old fresh donuts, and they cook them just like donut holes. They're not a like donut ring; they're just a ball. So I go get me a bag and take one out, and that sucker was just as soggy as can be. There wasn't no bringing them back. I ate 1 or 2 of them and like gagged. Ended up throwing 6 bags of them away. So I did not do that again. I honestly think that was the last trip to the fair I've been to. I wouldn't go to the fair to ride rides or anything. I went there for the fair food and either the demolition derby or the rodeo. That was the reason why I would go. I didn't trust them rides. You walking to rides, you'd see what was putting them together, and by God, I didn't trust them. I would not get on them rides. I've never tried an apple cider donut. I've had apple sauce. Yeah, the quickest way to look is just Google it, and you'll see what they are. Like I said, they look the way they made them here was it just. I'm sure they used some kind of cake batter recipe, and then they add applesauce to it. And what that does, it gives it the flavor and keeps moisture into it. And you can probably make muffins with it too. They deep fried theirs. That's why it was so greasy the next morning. Because they use, come on now, we live down here, we use lard. Remember that? We deep fry everything. I tell you what, it's been so long since I've deep fried anything at the house here, right? I I didn't have a deep fryer no more. I gave it away. So I bought another small one for the house, right? And when I used that the first time, and I fried some just frozen French fries, and I'm going to tell you what, that about made me sick. That was the nastiest thing. So here I am with a new deep fryer that I won't ever use again. I'll wait till somebody I hear from needs one, and I'll give it to them. Yeah, that's what when I was a wee kid, that's what we used because my uncle had a pig farm, and that's where we'd always get the lard is from him. And they slaughtered hogs during the wintertime. They had a huge cast iron bowl or whatever you want to call it, pot, and they'd hang them hogs over that boiling water and dip them down into it. and that's what would make that skin curl up easier to get off the pig. I remember that, and I was young, really young. That's a memory from the way back there. I'd probably 3 years old, 4 years old. Was she? I'm gonna tell you what, my mom wasn't, but through the years she learned to become a really good cook and bake whatever candy maker. Yeah, anything she set her mind to, it was really good. No, that wasn't too pleasant. I remember that's I think probably why I remember it so vaguely is because of seeing and experiencing it. There's a word I can't hardly say. Wow, 10 kids. That's amazing. Applesauce cakes. That sounds really good. I'm just an apple freak. When it comes to cooked apples, I don't care. They're pies, fried pies, sauce, you name it. Anything that's made with apples, I love. I broke down and bought me some fruit. Yeah, I abused it. So I ordered a small one and they substituted it with a big one, which is fine. I had to pay the difference. It's only a couple of bucks more. So the only thing the big one didn't have was watermelon, but it had honeydew melons and the cantaloupe, which I love cantaloupe. Well, I got it out. I put the cold stuff in the freezer and in the fridge and sat down at the desk, opened up the fruit. Before it was over with, I ate half the container. Going, I ain't gonna eat nothing for the rest of the day. So I checked my sugar right before I went to the bedroom, and I'd ate the fruit. I ate all the pork ribs. There was something else that I had, and then before I went to the bedroom for the night, I took my glucose reading, and it was 100. I'm going, you got to be freaking kidding. I've sat here and ate all of this today, and it's this low at this time of the evening. So it didn't hurt me. And by God, it was good too. I sat here and scarfed on it. The next day, I got up and finished it off. I bet they were a lot of work. And there's no comparison between homemade applesauce and store bought. My grandma made apple butter. She made applesauce, and you couldn't compare it to the store bought. I love apple butter. I ate it for years. My mom and dad didn't care for it, so I'd eat at grandma's. And she started making brother and I little bitty containers of applesauce. And she'd give it to us like for Christmas or birthdays and stuff. And really, there wasn't enough in it to make maybe 4 pieces of toast with. But man, that was a treat because we didn't have it at home. But when we went to grandma's, that's what we'd have on our toast in the morning. It was apple butter. And I don't know if you've seen it or not, Irene and Linda. Walmart has a apple pancake mix, and they have it here at my Walmart. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but look it up. That's something you may consider to make something besides pancakes with, you know. I tell you what, you could probably make a cake with it. Get you some that cream cheese icing and put on top of it. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I bet you that's some good stuff. Yeah. I've never had an actual apple cake. All I've had is them applesauce donuts. Is that a spice cake? You put cream cheese on top, the frosting. Yeah, spiced cake. That is probably one of my favorite cakes there is. You keep pushing my desk drawer. My cat's laying on my keyboard rack and it keeps pushing it in under the desk. I have to keep moving closer to the desk because I use it to rest my hands on. Yeah, carrot cake. I used to love them things, but I ate so many of them. I don't like them too much anymore. Let's see, where you at? Where'd you go? Apple cinnamon pancake mix. Let's see here. Just add water. Go figure that one out. Oh, you can bake it. For best results, allow batter to rest 4 to 5 minutes before baking. Oh, that's they call waffle iron baking. Steaming stops pancakes makes 12 4-inch pancakes, 2 cups. I don't go by directions on ingredients. I've learned the consistency of the batter to make the ideal pancakes. Let's see here. It says if you're going to fry it, the most ideal is to use solid shortening instead of oil, butter, or margarine. Margarine. So there you go. Lard shortening. Huh. I bet that is good. Get that golden crispy edges to it. Oh, no added colors. Send color in. Oh, that's I need this. Yeah, I did them itty bitty ones. Silver dollar pancakes. Yeah, I know it. Well, we was talking about them apple cakes and donuts, and I wanted to go back and look at that because I thought maybe you could just buy it and put it in a cake pan and cook it. Make a cake out of it, which you can. Be kind of hard to flip it, right? But I've seen it made in a cast iron Dutch oven. Go figure that one for yourselves. So, what else do we got to talk about? Apple bottom jeans, the boots with fur. That must be before my time, Robert. I don't remember any of that. Well, I was kind of hoping Dennis would pop in for a second, but he's probably busy on that truck at the shop getting it looked at. Oh, I know. That's not unusual in Little Rock. Yeah, there's roads in Little Rock, especially around UALR. That's Little Rock, University of Little Rock, Arkansas, Little Rock, University of Arkansas, Little Rock. That's something that's very, very common in that side of town. It it's on University, and it goes from the interstate down to this road, and people just fly down. And I ain't kidding you. There's a lot of it's just straight shot from one end to Markham and Parkway and all of that. Just a straight shot through that part. So they get a lot of police chases through there. It's become probably part a bad part of town. A lot of crime nowadays happening over there. And I see it. That Cornerstone page on Facebook does a lot of the Arkansas police chases. Every once in a while, they'll show a shot there in Little Rock. They'll be going through Little Rock or coming from one county to the next. And yeah, it's Pulaski County. But I can say one thing about Hot Springs: we have half the crime rate in Little Rock, Scott. That ain't saying a whole lot, but yeah, we're about half as bad. Hello there, Brian. How you doing? I read your comment. I'm sitting here talking with the muted microphone. That's true, Margaret. But I have to say, yesterday I watched a video. They didn't get them. They terminated the chase there at the Arkansas Missouri line. Other than motorcycle, that was the first chase that I seen since I've been watching these videos that the perp actually got away. Because yeah, the Arkansas State Police are, which some of them they let go too long. It's like I always say, if they run, there's a reason. They don't want to be stopped. They're not going to be stopped. You're going to have to make them stop. And even with the stop sticks and the spikes and all of that, just because the car runs over them doesn't mean they're going to stop. How many of these chases you watch where they're on rims, the tires are done gone, and I've seen them one tire gone. I've seen them with 4 tires. I've seen trucks with 8 tires gone. And they think they're going to get away. They're not going to get away. I don't know if it's the last ditch. They know they're going to get away. They're going to have more time before they go to jail. I don't know what they're thinking. They're going to get caught. Good morning, Mr. Frank. This isn't Dennis. Nah, Dennis is off today. And I'm doing good. I just sitting here chatting. Yeah, 99%, 99.9%, they're going to get caught. Especially in Arkansas, you get a trooper behind you. You better stop if you want to save your vehicle and not get it damaged, because you will get damage on it if they make you stop. Now, I'm Curtis. I'm the one that normally hosts a podcast. I watched some little ease videos last couple of days, and him talking about NASCAR and the I didn't know about this, but NASCAR cuts out segments of videos. It's time lapse. They're not actually live. They're time lapse. It may say it's live, but it might be 3-second time lapse, maybe 20-second, 30 seconds, even up to a minute or two. So they have editing being made right there. So if something happens to where you don't need to see it, it's edited out of the videos, even though it's live. And it surprised me how many things have been actually done that way. I did not know that happened until the videos I've been watching. Because Sterling Marlin, one of the races that he was in back in, I think it was in the 80s or 90s, he had a car wreck. And the car had flipped over, and it was above. It didn't go over, but it was as high as the catch fence around the track. And so they didn't want the public to see that and make it a threat to the people that's there in the grandstand. So they cut it out. They didn't show it. And Sterling Marlin and Junior was talking about that during their podcast. Oh, really? I know that's the reasoning for time lapsed programs, is to do things like that. But I did not know NASCAR done it. And so it goes to say, I wonder what else is being cut out that we're not actually seeing that's being done on not just NASCAR, but all the live events. What are we missing? This is right to speech and right to this and that. I want to know what's being cut out, right? What you see is what you get on Truckers TV. There ain't no editing being made here. Well, glad to meet you too, Frank. My Saturday is going real good. What's my saying, folks? If I wake up, it's a great day. If I don't, it's going to be a bad day. So I woke up today and man, it's great. But yeah, I thought that was a little interesting tidbit about the lives videos and feeds on TV and what have you. I always thought editing was done after the fact, but that it's done during, and that's where that time lapsed programming comes into effect. Is they're editing it out so we as viewers do not see it. But it amazes me what can and can't be done. And I have seen so many different Facebook book platforms that are changing because number one, Truckers TV is not the only one that's getting in trouble. It's a whole lot of platforms on Facebook that are getting in trouble because of content that they're creating, whether it's what they're showing, what they're saying. It can be anything nowadays. So that's why we're above times because we caught it and tried to correct it and do it the right way. Truckers TV was created. You know the story. He created it to show everyone what it was like to be a trucker. He started it during the pandemic, the start of it, and it's just continued on. So when you watch Dennis's streams, you see what it's like not only to be a truck driver, but a owner operator truck driver. He's trying to operate the business out of his truck. The good times, the bad times, you see it. Whether you watch his live streams or pre-recorded, you see what it's like to be an owner operator. It does. You got to read all that pre programming stuff they put on the screens and videos. It's there, trust me. You just got to find it. So that's why Truckers TV was started. And it's just continued from there. Uh, I've met Dennis personally twice. I've met a former driver that that streamed on his pages. I met him, and they're all good people. Dennis is a great man. I've known him since I've started doing this. When I first come on Truckers TV, I one of his streams come on and on my news feed, and I go, "Huh, that looks pretty interesting." So I clicked on it and went to it, and he's talking and having a good time and driving down the road, and I made a comment and then made a couple more, and then all of a sudden I got to be accused of being a troll. I'm going, look, dude, I ain't no troll. I'm going. So I finally called him and said, look, Dennis, I'm not. This what you see, what I'm typing is what the truth is. And it just changed. I ended up being part of the page, and It's all good. I know I've made a lot of enemies doing this, but that's their fault, not mine. You cause problems. Well, I was asked to do what I do to protect his page and pages. And so there you have it. That's what I've done, and people didn't like it. Well, then, kick rocks because I'm doing what I'm told. I try to keep it clean. I try to keep it child friendly. A lot of times I push over the line just a little bit too much, but I always try to correct it and go back to kid friendly program. And that's what people don't look for on social media no more. It's all the drama and blood and gory and wrecking this and that. That's what people look for. I don't do that. Yeah, I watch car chases, talk about them every now and then, but that's my personal viewing. It kind of gets where I want to see something a little more than Family Guy or Simpsons, South Park. I want to see something different. So I'll sit at the desk and watch them videos all day. I've watched all of Dennis and Lee's streams, all the streamers that's been on Truckers TV. I've watched their videos so many times. That you just got to take a break and do something different, and that's what I do. Okay, turning you on. Motion detected. Well, it must be my little buddy. My little buddy. The red wasp. That's the one that's tripping. No, brother's dog. He's seen that camera light come on and he hightailed it. Hmm. Boy, I wish I had a buddy that had a backhoe. I'd have him come here to the house, dig a big old hole, and push this old shed I got behind the house into it. just it's full of stuff that I'd put in there years back, and I don't need it. Ain't no good. The roof on it collapsed and years back, and it's just more or less a junk pile. Have them dig a hole in the ground and bury it, the whole thing. Other than the roof, I built that thing back in 80, 89, I believe. It's still standing. Ain't got a roof on it, but it's still there. Had a tarp on it for years, and it eventually blew off. And I thought, well, it's stuff that's in it's already ruined, so the heck with it. Never done nothing with it. I got a nice shed out here in the front. Got it cleaned out. I was going to park my golf cart in it. Once I didn't get a ramp big enough built, so I put the golf cart, parked it back underneath the carport, and there you have it. I've got a only thing that shed has in it now is a few boxes of Christmas ornaments that I saved for the boy to have. He hadn't come and got it yet, but it's still in there. Other than that, it's got a shovel, a rake, a garden pick, and a copper grounding rod. And I think that's about it. Well, Margaret, that's me. I've got three cats. I've had them since two of them's brothers, and the other was from a totally different cat family. He was older, and I adopted him years ago. Well, I say years. My God, it was years. 2017, 2018, something like that's when I adopted him. And I still have them. And even though they can't talk or nothing, just having bodies here, they got the glitter box, and that's a job in itself. But it's some kind of company. The oldest cat, he comes up and lays with me on my recliner, and one of the cats, Ben, he'll jump up there. Ben and Jordan's are jealous of each other. If one's on me, the other's going to be on me. It's just the way it is. And Ben does everything possible to make Jordan get down to where he has me to himself. I always have to get on to him because that's the only problems I have. They don't fight with each other. They don't. The only problem I have is when they see the bottom of their bowl, their food bowl. Then, yeah, they give me fits, but it's some kind of company, a cat. If you had, and I always recommend getting two cats, not one, because a cat gets lonely. They get bored. And I had a cat that she was my last one out of three cats. And when she was by herself with us, she got bored. And so she's picked up this problem with licking herself, and she would literally lick herself so bad that she had sores all over. Her hair would lick, she'd lick all of her hair out, and I had to get her put on anxiety pills. Go figure that. And as long as she took her pills, she was fine. But without them, boy, so I always recommend having two cats instead of one because they give each other companion, whether it's two boys or a boy and girl, you know how it works. They play with each other. They just always best to adopt two cats at the same time. And once they get used to your home, you may not see them all the time. You may have one or two. They may be lap cats. They may not, to where all you know is you see them either run through your house or hear them playing in another room. That's the only time you know they're there. Well, once you'll know them they're there by the litter box. Oh, I smell it. One of them just took a dump. But guess what? You keep up on them, they're not that bad. You know. The problem I've learned with cats, people have them and they don't keep them cleaned out every day. And that's when it gets bad. If you keep up on a litter box, they're not work. It's called occupying your time. You know, if you're like me, you don't ever get out of the house. You live by yourself. What are you gonna do? Sit in a recliner all day and die? No, get up and clean the litter box. You're always trying to find things to occupy you, your mind, your body, and litter box is one of them. And see, I can dump the litter box at the woods line behind the house, and no one ever know it because guess what? I have wild animals back there that eats it. Yeah, they're hung. I'm giving back to the community of animals. Yeah, it not be the fine dining you're used to, but they're getting fed. Like right now, this I call this one my little baby. He just laying next to me, and when he's sleeping, you couldn't ask for a better cat. He'll lay here beside me. I'll reach over and rub his belly and his side, and he'll just start loving it. A lot of times he'll just lay there and let me do it. And other times he'll jump up, start licking my hand and telling me not to do that. Don't touch that. But as long as he's sleeping, he's a good little boy. And cats are like kids. They have their personalities. Like Ben, he wants attention and affection so bad, but when you try to give it to him, he cowers down and tries to get away. And I've worked with him for a long time to be able to pet him. But even still today, I don't know if my ex-wife done something to him that scared him. I don't know. I just don't know. I know he's real skittish with noises. I know she screamed a lot. There's times I'd come home and she would open the door up and let the cats out while I was gone to work. Just I'd have to try to lure them out from underneath the trailer to hurry and catch them and get them back in the house. And oh, just a nightmare. Not for just me, but the cats too. I didn't have a trap to trap them, get them back in the house. And I'm going to tell you what, once they're out, they don't, two of them didn't want back in. The little one I was just talking about, he got out one time and I got home and looking for him. I couldn't find him and I knew where he was at. And I stood at the steps on the back porch. He seen me. He poked his head out from underneath the trailer and he looked and seen me and he run. He run his little legs off to get back in this house. He knew I was home. He didn't like that because he was out all night. Then the next day, when I got home, when he run in the house, he didn't like that outside living. So now, if I open the door up, they don't even come to the door no more. They just stay where they're at. Now, if I open up this front door, just the inside door, not the storm door, they like to look out it. I'll put a chair or my bench in front of it, and they'll sit on the chair and they'll lay on the bench and look out the front door. And like in the springtime when it's cool outside, fall especially, I'll open up that window on the storm door. That way they get the fresh air. Oh, they love that. They're sitting there licking their chops, just their little noses, just to go into work on it. They sucking up that fresh air. I don't either. I feel sorry for cats that live outside, and that's why I'm so up on feeding outside cats. I've had several come to the house and lay claim. I've had feral cats. I've had people's cats. I don't care. If I see a cat and they come to my home, I start putting food and water out for them. The problem with that is I have so much wildlife here, raccoons, possums, things like that, that I have to watch the food because they'll try to eat it. So I look out the windows, have the front door open, and I'll watch. I don't have the big deck like I used to on the front, so I can't watch the stairs like I used to. I have the camera set pointed towards the steps. So if something tries to come up on the stairs onto the deck, I'll see it. So I'll be able to know somebody or something's walking up the deck steps. But yeah, I've fed several cats. I've had one of them that I brought in the house. I knew she was somebody's pet that got dumped or run away from home, but she took residency up here at my house. And so I started taking care of her. And it really broke my heart because she had kittens. And I knew she had kittens because one of them I found on the front steps that had passed away. And I ended up finding she had had at least 4 kittens, and they all didn't make it. And so after that, she would sit on the front railing of the deck. I have it's a 4-inch rail around the top, and she would sit up on there and just squall. And I know she was calling for her babies. One night it was really storming here, and she was on the porch squalling, calling her babies. And I felt so sad that I brought her in the house, put her in one of the bathrooms, let her stay in the bathroom, and never put her back outside. She lived the rest of her life inside, part of the family. I took her to the vet, had her, taken care of, and got her caught up on her shots and all of that. And she come back and lived in the home. She was such a good little girl too. Couldn't ask for a better house cat. But yeah, it was a sad day when I had to take her on her last trip to the vet. But she had gotten to where, cats, a lot of times they'll break down in their back to where they can't move their back legs. The older they get, they'll get overweight and they start trying to jump and stuff where they hurt their backs. And she done that. She started having seizures, and I knew it was just a matter of just a couple of days, and I ended up taking her and, had her euthanized. But that was a sad day because I had to have 3 cats done that way, and I had them in urns here in the house, and well, it didn't turn out good either. They were still here in the home. Yeah, I used to. I've always liked cats, but other people's cats. Never was a really fond of a house cat. Never thought about it because I always had dogs. My parents had dogs, and after I got married, I had a dog of my own, and just never even considered cats. And my ex-wife, last one, she called me one day at work, and this is before we got married, and she couldn't have kids of her own. And she said, "What if we get a cat?" I said, "Well, I don't know." She said, "I want a cat." I said, "All right, you can come." The plant was right next to the Animal Control and Humane Society. So I said, "Why don't you come to work and meet me up here? We go down to the Humane Society and look at cats." Well, we did. Ended up with 2 cats. One of them lived here for just a couple of years. He had health issues. And the other cat lived to be like 18, 19 years old. He was a really good cat, too. And then in 2017, I believe it was 17, she says, "It's time to adopt another cat," because we still had one left. And so we went and looked, and they got so big, the Humane Society did, so they had to start fostering dogs and cats. And we had to go to a lady's home that she had a bunch of kittens there. And so the 2 cats that we got were brothers, like I said, but they came to us. I mean, they came right to us. And you know how it works with cats. They adopt you, you don't adopt them. And so they were the 2 we got. Well, we had to go back to the Humane Society. The lady that was fostering them let us take them. We had to go right back to the Humane Society to do all the adoption papers. And while we were doing that, I was filling out the paperwork. She found another cat she wanted. So we ended up adopting 3 cats. I'm going, oh my gosh. And there you have it. She gone, but the cats are still here. And I wouldn't do it any different. The cats, they give me company, and yeah, they're a little work, but they're worth it. Animals, I don't care if they're dogs, cats, horses, cows. If they're your pets, man, that's your family. I've heard people compare them to kids. They're not kids. They're your family. Hey, Mr. Darwin, how you doing? No, I didn't come home. Yeah, oh yeah, I did come home with 2 cats. The first time, the second time from the Humane Society, come home with 3. I voluntarily adopted one outside cat, and I adopted one that my son's girlfriend, back when he was in high school, his girlfriend come up with a kitten, and her mom told her she couldn't have the kitten, so she was going to have to take it to the dog pound in town, which was not a no-kill dog pound. So I told her, because I'd already been around the kitten a few times. She'd bring it to the house when she'd come. So yeah, I spent a little time with the kitten. I ain't no way I was going to let them take it to that dog pound and have it put down. So I told her, I said, I tell you what, you just let us have that kitten. We'll take care of her. And there you have it. And she turned out to be, at the end, probably one of the best cats I've ever owned. She's the one that I'd go into the kitchen. We had one of them big portable dishwashers, and she'd jump up on it, and I'd walk over to it to rub her head or pet her back, and she'd jump up on her front legs on my chest, and she'd reach around like she was hugging me, had a leg on each side of my neck, and her head on my shoulder. It was just the sweetest thing. Yeah, that really upset me, because I come home from work one day and she wasn't nowhere to be found. And for years I thought, well, that crazy bitch put her in our freezer we had in the spare room. And it was a long time after that I even opened up the lid on that freezer, because I just didn't want to find her in there. I don't know what happened to her. Well, in your situation, yes, they are. And as it is right now, these 3 knuckleheads are my boys. I have a real son, but I see these knuckleheads every day. I spend my life with these guys. If I'm asleep in the bedroom, where's them boys? Right there in the bedroom, so they're right there with me. I know it. I should have, Irene. I ain't kidding you. She caused me a lot of headaches and heartaches and misery. Yes, ma'am, I should have. If y'all only knew half of the things that she put me through, you'd wonder why I stayed as long as I did. It's because I loved her. I tried everything humanly possible, and could not fix her. And back to that. That's why I am so sensitive to, they call them behavioral disorders nowadays. It's not mental illnesses, okay? I learned that the hard way. They're not mental illness, but they are, but that's not what they're called. They're behavioral disorders. And that's why I'm so sensitive to it, is because I lived it. I seen it. I lived with it for 3 years. So that's why you always got to be polite, courteous, and have a smile on your face, because you don't know what the person that you're walking past or sitting next to or looking across the table from, you don't know what they are dealing with. It's amazing what a simple smile will do to a person. I know if I met somebody in the store or something, just, met them in the aisle, if they smiled, boy, that made me feel good. And I'd always smile back because it made me happy. For that split second, it made me forget about anything else. No, we don't. And there's always two sides of the story, right? Always. Another good saying is judge yourself before you judge others. Well, that's true, but in my case, it's mine in the wrong way. Remember, I know it all and I'm always right. If you love somebody, you'll do anything possible. I'm not kidding you. You will. That's how devoted you are. When you take wedding vows, till death do you part, well, it was nearly to that point. So when you truly love somebody, you'll do whatever it takes to make things work. I told her, the last thing I told her when she was half sane, she come into the bedroom. I was in the recliner. She came in there and stood there next to me and said, "Don't give up on me." I said, "Michelle, I'll never give up on you." And I tried to do that. I did everything possible to never give up on her. Well, it was beyond my control. And, you have a feeling of relief. You have a feeling of gut sickness, but in my heart and in my mind, I know I did the right thing because she got the help she needed. You're so limited when you're married to a person that's in that condition, what you can and can't do. And once the divorce was signed and finalized, she got the help she needed, and that's what it took. You deal with things like this, and the court systems and the facilities that deal with this are limited to what they can and can't do. So with that, they they just can't do it because number one, there's not enough facilities to handle the patients that actually need it. Okay, insurance companies. This goes back to me with insurance companies, doctors, hospitals. They do what the insurance companies tell them to do, right? Well, it applies in all instances. Insurance runs the world. We have to answer to them. They don't answer to us no more. And that's part of the problem with hospitals. The courts can only do so much without the consent of the sick patient. And the sick patients has enough sense. They don't want to be locked up involuntarily. So they're going to do whatever it takes to keep from being in that position. So by law, the court can only order it up to 10 days. Well, you don't fix the problem in 10 days. You know, some cases it may take months, it may take years. There you go. And once the judge signed the papers for the divorce, it was instantaneous. She went straight to a facility. That's how it works. You know, some states may not be that way, but that's the way it is in Arkansas. You divorced your husband for religious reasons. He thought he was God. I am your leader. I am the ruler. And I don't talk about this stuff for sympathy or anything. You know, I talk about it to get a little bit of awareness, knowledge when it comes to behavioral disorders. This is why I talk about this stuff is because it's serious business. You take a person that looks just totally normal, a good head on their head, on their shoulders, whatever, and they have this illness that they cannot, it's not their fault. They're born with it in most cases. So they can't help it. Be aware of this stuff, man. Just have a little understanding. And like I said, a simple smile goes farther than anything. If you have a serious life to where you have no entertainment, where you have no fun, you have no joy in it, get out of it. Make it happy, make it joyous. Do something about it. Either you change it or help get it changed. Because I've lived both lives, a miserable life, I've lived a happy life. And I choose to live a happy life for the rest of my life. I may not make it through the night, but I'm gonna end my life in a happy life. And that's the way I look at it. The people that are here on this stream right now, I consider you my friends because you're always here. I talk to you guys more than anybody else on this planet. So I consider you my friends. I know I've never met you guys. I've never sat across the table and ate a hamburger with you. I haven't. But the things that I've talked about on here and possibly a couple on the telephone, I consider you my friends because you sit here and listen to me just ramble on about basically the same thing. Yeah, I can call my son, I can call my brother, and blah blah blah, all of this, what's going on in my life, but I choose not to because their lives are not perfect. They have their own issues, so I know what it's like to sit here or be somewhere and having to listen to somebody talk about their problems when I've got my own problems. You know how it is. You understand. Well, that's the way my family is. They have their own problems. I know what they are. I see them. I hear about them. So what? I'm happy. I'm happy with my life. It ain't a good life, but I'm still happy. So how's y'all Saturday so far? Huh? How is it? Oh, I see somebody come in on the backside. Let's see here. Okay, let's go ahead and go live. You're live. Hey, Mr. D's Nuts.
What's up, buddy?
Nothing. What you doing? You having a better morning?
No, not at all.
I'm sorry. I hate to hear that.
Well, I try to keep it to myself as much as possible. Sucks.
But you can only hold it in for so long, you know?
So I'm over here at Alabama at Love's.
Alabama.
Yeah. I'm in just close to Memphis. And I'm going to try here one last time, see if they can run the codes and see, because it's a pain in the ass driving this truck. You know, everybody's going 70 and you're only got 55, 60 miles an hour. And it's just so annoying.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see if I can get it fixed.
Okay.
I told
I thought you might have made it home last night.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I got too tired. Right after I lost signal, there was a Love's that I parked at, and I was going to try to fix it there. So this particular, whatever's going on with it can be fixed at a Love's. So I'm at a Spedco right now. So they just got to run the codes and see what component is faulting, or what, you know, either it's air filter, fuel rod, or something. I mean, hell, if they have to replace the entire fuel pump, if that comes down to it, they could do it here. So
Okay.
So we'll see what they say. I'm going to run the diagnostics again and see if we can get the filter changed out. I changed out one filter and I changed out that sensor already, and that didn't solve the problem.
Okay.
So it's got to be either two things: the actual pump is going out, the fuel pump, or something's wrong with the alignment of one of the filters, or it's the wrong filter. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see. We're gonna keep troubleshooting and see what's going on. It's nothing major to the engine. There's nothing wrong with the engine. The engine runs fine, and the shifting's fine. There's not a transmission problem. It's not a turbo problem because it spools up. You hear it. You know, it spools up. So it's got to be something with the fuel or the air intake. So, and I think, let me read off what I got for codes. Not codes, but so I've got 11 fault codes right now. SPN 524285. FMI is 14, so that's a pretty common one. It's constant. Engine fuel system monitor, SPN 3055. And then engine intake manifold, number 1, pressure. So engine
I would
intake.
consider that would be a filter from the tank to your truck. That issue.
What, the engine intake manifold?
The one that you said, the fuel issue.
Yeah, it could be a fuel filter. Where it's getting too much air into the fuel filter, or it's not seating properly, or it's the wrong filter, period. The dude that did my oil change, or my oil change and fuel filter changes, probably put in the wrong filter. So it's
Or he did.
not.
Another issue that they have with that is they're not taking the old O-ring off when they replace the filter, so you have two filters, which it doesn't align properly the way it's supposed to be.
Good possible. It could cause the system to malfunction.
Exactly.
And give you no power. So it's a power issue, basically. I can drive just fine bobtail and deadhead. I can pull my own trailer, but it seems like I have a load in it when I pull my own trailer. But if I put a load on it, I won't be crawling. I'll be crawling. There's no power. There's just no power. So that's what's going on. I'm dealing with that. I don't want to have to move out of this truck. I don't. You know, I really like this truck.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping that we can fix it and then I can continue on, keep working.
Right.
I'm making my way home, but if worst case scenario, I'll have to park this one, get it fixed, like permanently fixed, and then jump in one of the other two trucks. My other two trucks are finished. They're fixed. Lots of money out of the pocket, but they're fixed. So all my trucks are running. All the trucks are fixed.
Good.
Except this one. This one's having issues now.
What was what fixed Pearl? That was a truck I was wondering about. I watched your video from yesterday. Morning.
Pearl was the let me read you the shit. Let me see if I can get in my email here. Get in my email real quick. I got the receipt. Updates. Where are we at? There we go. It's so a DEF header, HEADER. So engine electrical replaced, DEF header, and jump started truck completed. So it was a DEF header. I don't know what that is, but
let me look and see here.
DEF header for a Freightliner.
Are you saying spell that last word again. Hey, header.
Header. Header.
Okay.
DEF header for a 2018 Freightliner. Oh, Justin, this truck right here has no power. Engine runs fine. Everything else runs fine. It's just no power. It's not getting enough air or enough fuel pressure. So it could be a fuel pump. It's not the fuel sensor. I already changed that. So we're trying to figure out, the DEF header. That was wrong with the Freightliner. It was the DEF header. So you replaced it and now it runs fine.
Okay. What causes the DEF header to fail? Over time, putting the wrong fluid in the DEF tank could also damage the DEF pump. And even SCR, buying high quality DEF is the best way to prevent problems with the DEF header. Okay.
So the code that I got, dirty something in the header or dirty DEF, that basically, if you put the wrong shit in your DEF, then like urine or piss or a soda can or whatever you wanted to put in there, somebody deliberately put something in it.
Yeah.
The DEF header, just like a an injector for the fuel. If you put the wrong fuel into the like gasoline into a diesel, the injectors will burn up, right? The injectors will go bad. So the same concept, but with DEF. So the DEF header had to be replaced. So that means something was put in there. Something was damaging, whether it be dirty DEF, like could have been dirty DEF. I'm not insinuating somebody actually put foreign material in there. It's a possibility. What that foreign material is, I don't know. But it could have been dirty DEF, which would have been in the tanks already at a certain place that they fueled up at.
It's possible.
So dirty DEF could be water in the DEF, could be, I don't know, another foreign substance in the dirt in the DEF, oil, grease, fuel, whatever.
Yeah.
So to pinpoint if somebody physically put something in there, I don't know. You can't really do that. So it's up in the air.
Let me read you this. Let me read you this. The DEF tank is where the fluid itself is stored, right? An L-shaped part called the DEF header is responsible for maintaining the integrity of the DEF and injecting it into the exhaust system. These are referred to DEF sensors and DEF senders. So that it basically is a sensor off the DEF. So what you said, it was picking up a foreign substance in that sensor, and that's what triggered it.
So we got that code. That was the dirty code.
Yes. So whether it was put in there deliberately or, like you said, from the tank when it was filled or added to, it's possible the fueling station that it was put in at had an issue with their tank.
Possible.
It got pumped into your tank, and that's when it set off that sensor. And until it's cleared, it will stay on or fixed.
Right. Or it will fail the header, where it injects that into the exhaust, which it did. It failed the header. So, but that's replaced. So the truck's good to go now. I was almost tempted to jump in it and drive it, but I'm trying to fix, Yukino here, try to fix this truck because I don't feel like moving trucks. I just don't feel like it.
That freaking from Freightliner, that a 6-bolt DEF header is $600.
Yeah, mine was, let's see, how much was it? Mine was $968, and then labor was 520. So the total bill was $1,585.27.
Wow.
Yep. So that's a $1,500 problem.
All right. You said you had multiple problems on yours. That you're driving, and you have, what'd you say, two of them? You changed the filter and it didn't solve the problem.
Yeah, it didn't solve the problem. So, but it doesn't well, actually, we kind of did solve the first problem, because the first code was high pressure sensor. So the high pressure sensor has been replaced. So that high pressure sensor code is no longer there. So we did fix one. Now it's having engine fuel system monitor, which I don't know what that is, and engine intake manifold number 1 pressure. That means there's not enough fuel pressure going into the manifold. Probably, and it doesn't say injectors, it just says the engine's fuel system monitoring. And then obviously from the problem of it shifting up and down, simultaneously upshift and downshift, which is SPN 2281617J1939, which is basically because I'm shifting from 9 to 10, 10 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 9 all the freaking time, because it's, basically through that code. So all of those are intermediate, but the constant is engine fuel system monitor, which I think that's something with the EGR, either EGR or ECM, is communicating back and forth to the fuel system, either the fuel pump or the manifold number 1 is monitoring that pressure, and that pressure is not getting certain specifics where it needs to be like 28,000 or 30, if it goes up to 32,000, but that sensor regulated that. So the pressure is there at that point, but after that point, there's another issue now from the engine system, from the monitor, from the EGR, or from the ECM is communicating back and forth. So that's my understanding. So I'm here at Love's. We're going to hook up the computer. They're going to read it. They're going to see what they could diagnose. And then I'm going to change out a filter because that's part of the PM. And this all happened after my PM. So if something wasn't put in place properly, it could cause all of this ruckus. But I went straight to the biggest point, where the hardest point was either replace the fuel pump or replace the sensor. So I took care of the sensor, because that was a code that was on there too. And when it went through the pressure test from the last place in Kentucky, they went through the computer, turned it on, and went through a pressure test, and it revved it up to high RPMs, and it kept within this. After we changed that out, it kept it within the 28,000 meter of the pressure. Anything over that will cause that code to go, right? So it stayed within that pressure after we replaced that sensor. So that fixed it. But then afterwards, now we have this problem, which is no power, still no power. And somewhere in between, it's got some issues of the engine receiving the right pressure as far as fuel. So
all
that's basically it.
A lot of them sensors are all tied together, and if one goes out, it really makes for a hard day. It not only affects one sensor, it affects multiple sensors. And
right.
A lot of times you can't just go hook it up to a diagnostic tester and find exactly where the issue is. You have to actually run it down one after the other.
Yeah. And so a lot of this is troubleshooting too.
Yeah.
It's a lot of troubleshooting. It's computer mechanics and practical mechanics are two different things. Computer mechanics is your ECM is communicating throughout the brain of the truck is communicating to all of the sensor parts. So anything, which I like the idea of having sensors, because the sensor goes out, it tells you where the specific problem may be. And then the history of these trucks, you can pinpoint, well, the last 5 trucks that went through here had the same issue. Okay, well, let's go ahead and look at this.
Exactly.
So it's very easy to pinpoint, and a lot of it's just replacing parts. Parts go out, they get faulty, or they get old and they get worn down and they bounce around too much and they bing bang, they just fall apart. So that's one good thing, but it is pricey when multiple components die at the same time. That's when you start losing money every single day and you start hemorrhaging because your truck is falling apart. So
yeah, not only the driver gets beat up on these rough roads, the truck does too. He done left us. Look at that. That dadgum Dennis. He got tired of talking, didn't he? Yeah, Justin, that's basically what I was talking about. It's kind of like gas. The fuel tanks that's in the ground, I don't know how many's still there, but they used to put so much water in the bottom of them, keep them from floating out of the ground when they were low of gas. Well, DEF tanks are basically the same way. When they fill them up, they don't want to. It's not good to fill your vehicle up when they're filling, because it stirs the water and sediments in the bottom of the tank, and guess what? Chances are you may pick them up. I had that issue with one of the local gas stations here, and I was able to correct it with a fuel filter on the car, but unfortunately there was other customers that fueled up the same store that the store had to buy new motors for because it messed their motors up. So yeah, if you see a truck parked dropping a load of fuel, might be better. Unless, even the stand-up tanks that get sediment in the bottom of them. But chances are a lot slimmer if it's above ground tank than it is on a underground tank. But yeah, I've always said if you see them dropping a load into fuel tanks at a station, go to the next station. It's the safest way. The problem is that same tanker may have dropped a load at the station you have to go to down the road from the one you seen them dropping another load at, right? Well, you're going to end up with the same problem regardless. Yeah, when it comes to that, that's something you need to think about too. And the DEF tanks, they're basically like fuel tanks, especially at these truck stops. You stop and think how many trucks are fueling in both diesel and DEF. So they go through a lot of both. It's just constant pumping and dumping, I guess. I had a 50-gallon tank, diesel tank on the dump truck. And after the third tank of diesel, I had to put what are them, 2.5-gallon DEF boxes into the truck to fill it back up. Of course, it wasn't completely out of DEF. I still had 1 bar left on the gauge, but always after the third tank, I would put another box of DEF in it. $1,100 repair on your vehicle right now. Wow. What'd you do? Have the, 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 I hadn't had the car fixed. Anything had to be done to the vehicle in a long time. I can only imagine what it costs nowadays to have anything done to them. No telling. But I'm glad to see Dennis got all the other two trucks going and ready to go. I didn't actually know Black Pearl was down. I knew a couple of them had air conditioner issues, but hopefully that's all it was with Black Pearl. Is that all? Front hubs? I tell you what, you need to get online, go to what is that website I went to? Oh, that was the one that needed the new batteries. Okay. I forgot about it. He did say that, didn't he? I totally forgot. What is the name of that website I always use nowadays to order parts from? Dadgummit. There you go. Thank you, Robert. Rock Auto. I bought new hubs for the front of my Blazer. I had a sensor out in one of them, and I didn't know which one, so I bought. It was actually cheaper to buy the hubs than just the sensors. Go figure that. And it came with bearings and everything for the front hubs. So I bought the hubs, had them put on, and when it come down to it, I paid $250. That was the guy that put them on. Of course, I got a buddy that lives across the road. He's a mechanic. But that was for both hubs and labor to put them on, $250. It's always good to know a mechanic because, like I said, anybody that's listening to this that needs parts for the vehicle and they got a buddy that does know a little bit about mechanicing, get online, go to Rock Auto and buy it because you ain't going to beat their prices. Yeah, that was for that 99 Blazer. And using Rock Auto, they're name brand parts. I don't know how they do it, but yeah, they do it. Well, hello there, Patty. What are you doing? I bought them two radiators for the boy's car when he hit that code, and I bought them from Rock Auto. They had them here the next day, and what did I pay for them? Right at $200 for both them radiators. One of them was like, I guess, for the transmission cooler radiator. Oh, you was on another page? Okay. I don't know what it is. One of them pages that this this is the second time that somebody's done that. When he opens up these pages, and some of them actually aren't showing comments on here in StreamYard. I don't know where they're at. I have no clue. But yeah, you're the second person that's done that. And I can't remember. It may have been you the first time. I think it was, wasn't it? He was on one of the pages that Dennis had opened up and was commenting, and I didn't see him. And I don't see him. Whatever page you went to, I think it's Truckers Television. Yeah, you're on the television page now. That's the thing I like about only having two pages, one page open. Oh, Dennis. Okay, that's what it is. I don't do Dennis's page. He takes care of it. So that's why I don't see him. I didn't know about Rock Auto, and my son's the one that turned me on to him. And I live in Arkansas. I can get online or on the telephone and have it shipped here overnight. It don't cost me a whole lot to do it either. Like I said, that's what I like about Rock Auto. They're really good about getting the parts I need overnight. Don't even have to leave the house. That's what I like about it. They UPS or FedEx hand delivers it to your house. I'm going to tell you what. If the United States Postal Service keeps raising their prices, they're going to charge yourself out of business. I had to mail some legal documents. Oh, months back. And they charged me, what was it, $8? I thought, holy crap. I probably could have just went to the UPS store and had it mailed there and save money. Oh, okay. They've already been ordered. Yeah, write it down in a book or somewhere where you can have access to remember it. It always, if you know somebody can do the work for you, I would definitely bypass the local parts houses and go to Rock Auto because they're going to beat their prices. I guarantee it. Well, Tank, what you doing? 73 cents for a stamp. Wow. I still have the forever stamps here on my desk. I've had them for a couple of years. I think I paid 40. It's either 38 or 42 cents for them per stamp. I don't ever mail nothing no more. I had to buy them because I had to mail a letter, and that's the only reason why I bought them. I bought a whole book of them so I'd have them here. I used 2 stamps out of that book, and there you have it. I've got that whole book there still, might as well say. Oh, you sitting there listening to me? Well, you listen to a boring conversation, aren't you? What's the cheapest y'all remember buying postage stamps for? You'll buy them from me. No, because look what I'd have to pay to get them replaced. By some freaky coincidence, I might need to mail something. 5 cents. There you go. I remember that. I was a youngin', but I remember it. Then it went to 10 cents, and oh my gosh, I think more people threw fits back then than they would today. Wow, $1.07. Man, that's unbelievable. Well, where do you have to mail these thank you cards to? If they're in town locally, I just write out get a piece of notebook paper, say thank you on it, stuff it in their mailbox. All you're out is just for gas, you know. Well, actually, it might be cheaper to buy stamps. Yeah. Well, 73 cents a stamp, and I don't know remember how many's in a book. 20, 25. It freaking be cheaper to buy to hand deliver them than
I'm back.
I thought you did your normal exit on me.
No, I didn't. No. Did you turn on all the pages? I only see.
They're all on now. You're broadcasting live on all of them. I had to turn them on.
Yeah, you guys turn them on. Ain't nobody going live anyways right now. So.
Well, I can't turn them on myself. You have to do it.
I don't. Yeah, because I need to put you as. Yeah, I know why. I got you. I need to. Yeah, I gotta fix it. I just haven't had time to do anything with Facebook. I'm sorry.
I know you have.
I do apologize.
But hey, I did turn YouTube on for myself today.
I think Tink Tink's probably happy about that.
Yeah, we've had somebody else come on too, watching it first time.
I mean, with YouTube, as long as you're consistent, it will pick up some algorithm. You know, that's why we should just do it just to do it. You know.
A man named Frank Traver. He was on.
I think he's from overseas.
No,
this motherfucker's close to me.
I think he's from Louisiana, around the New Orleans area.
Oh, okay. Could be.
Everyone thinks I'm you on here for some reason, and he asked if I'd been to Louisiana. I said no. I've been to Baton Rouge in West Monroe, but I don't call that New Orleans.
Baton Rouge.
Yeah, Baton Rouge.
Yep. I'm just sitting here. Oh man.
Look at this wannabe. Henry come on here earlier today, and
Henry's just
I nailing his ass to the wall.
I don't know what his angle is, man. He's just like, look at what I can do. That's what I look at Henry. Look what I can do.
Yeah, and then he disappears all of a sudden. Well, when you come on here right now, whoop, there's Henry.
He come back. He come back, Henry man. You coming back, Henry man.
He's supposed to be at work.
That man don't work. He hustles. It ain't work. Ugh.
Henry.
Man, I hope they can fix this truck. I'm tired.
Well, I hope
Tired
they
of
do.
shit breakdown. I don't want to be. Yeah, I kind of got frustrated yesterday, and I apologize to everybody. I was just getting a little frustrated with everything.
Well, it's understandable.
Well, probably to some people, but to the new people, they're probably like, "Oh, who's this crying little whiny bitch?"
Well, not only the newbies, but also the older generations here.
Well, Dennis is crying like a little bitch again. Oh boy, here we go. I was having a moment. Okay, I took my Midol. I'm good now. I had a good night's sleep. Just slept on it. I said, you know what? Whatever happens, man. It's just like I can't force it anymore.
It's beyond your control, sir. What happens, it happens. You can only do what you can do with what you got, and that's just the way it is. Yeah,
that's all I can do. Whatever I've got, and that's what I've got. This is yep, that's all I got.
His shithead ranting again. Henry.
Did Henry just call me shithead?
Yeah, he says, as Brent would say. Yeah, right. Not Brent. Henry.
Who is that Henry guy? Jesus. Who is he?
Supposed to be some old codger from Maine. That
What's a codger?
An older feller.
An ogre? A codger's an ogre?
Older feller.
Coginistic. Isn't that a word?
An old man.
Don't be so coginistic. Yes. Don't be an old man.
Yeah. Coginistic. What the hell is that?
That's my new word. You're being coginistic. Shit, if I had $1 for every word that I made up,
you'd have $3.
I'd have $4. I'd be rich.
$3.50. $3.50, and that 50 because somebody else helped you make the word up.
You know what? I've been getting a lot of. You guys know? Does everybody know who Tate is? He's that tall, Bulgarian-looking. I don't know. I think he's Romanian, but he usually lives in Dubai and England and stuff like that. He's a real tall dude. He's very masculine. He talks like he's very masculine. You know. Talks about women and men being separate and masculine, masculinity. I think that's another word I just created. Masculine, yeah. But I've been getting a lot of his feed in my my feed because I watched one of his videos from start to finish where he was talking about how they literally went after his ass and threw him in jail because he talked too much. So I was like, okay. I was like, yeah, that kind of reminds me the government's watching me right now. So they're probably waiting, watching to see if I say anything wrong or if I'm going to take video of anything that's supposed to not be videotaped, So I think the government's watching me too as well. I just hope I don't end up in jail because I talk too much shit about highway systems and about the road structure and everything else. But but he's worth millions of dollars though.
Conditions. It's nothing that needs to be hidden. This is proof. You're out there on the highways and what you see is what is reality.
Right.
There's nothing to be concerned about the government looking at you over that. You're not the only one,
right?
Think about the locals that have to deal with it every day. He's gone again. He must be getting phone calls. Henry, you just had a birthday. What are you, 65, 75 now? Well, hey there, Scott. You late. We about to shut down for the day. Right. But you got to remember who's in office right now, Roy. All right, 59. Your IQ, maybe. And that's on the higher sector of it. Well, hello there, Miss Robin. How you doing today? Yeah, they are. But for him to think that they're watching him for something he said public, no, that's nothing to worry about because there's a whole lot worse being discussed. You okay? Okay, I'm good to hear. Yeah, I'm gonna have to report my driveway. I can't get it fixed. You think you've seen potholes on TV? You ain't seen nothing. I've got ditches run down the middle of my road. Yep, there's his leg. That little red wasp done triggered my camera. One of my cameras. Same one too. I need to get out there and about wasp spray. I can go out there and eliminate them. Henry, come here and take care of these red wasps for me. They only sting on Fridays. So you got a whole week to get here. Well, hopefully you won't get it, Robin. You've been there for a while now, and you hadn't caught it yet. So hopefully the chances of you getting it are very slim. So let's hope and pray that Wednesday is a big day to go home. I'm not catching them. You come and catch them and put them in a jar. You know, they got that wasp spray that shoots up to 20 feet. Guess what? I have a brand new can sitting there underneath the sink getting ready to be used. It's what they call what? Ma Slim. What in the world is that? Yeah. So see, that's if you haven't had it by now, chances are you won't have it and you'll be able to get home. Me slim? What part of you are slim? Need I ask your wife? Henry, you had to know you was walking into that one. Yeah, come on now. You know me better than that. Yeah, I've got red wasp. Apparently, there's a nest right there close to it, and they jump on that camera, trip it off. I know you do it. I like having fun. We all know that. You know, Henry is the resident clown of Truckers TV. If you ever see him on stage and see his face, you'll see why I call him the clown. It ain't his humor, it's his looks. Well, Henry, you are the last of my buddies that I can tease and have fun with that's remaining here. And I appreciate you for doing what you do. We poke fun at each other all the time, and he's always the one that puts up with my shenanigans, and he's the last of the surviving few. You know, that might be a indication. Maybe I'm running them off because I do that. Surely not. Oh, I know. We don't. We all have a good time, don't we, Irene? Now, Linda, go back to sleep. Linda was being so quiet in the background listening, and when I made that comment about me running everyone off, you think? Yeah, Henry, get her, get her. You ain't had a good throwdown with Linda in a while. Get her. Here's $1,000 question. do I just sit here and eat a yogurt, call it a day, and or do I go to town and go to Taco Bell? Either way, it's going to clean me out, right? But what would taste better, tacos or yogurt? Be a toss up, honestly. But you get the same effect both ways, right? So we got two Taco Bells. And that's healthy because it's got lettuce. It don't have bread. So we're good there. I'm getting my vegetable. I'm getting protein. I'm getting whatever, A salted caramel yogurt. Wow. I hadn't had that. I'm not really fond of salted caramel. I just never have been able to get used to it. I've tried it. Ice cream, there's a ton of that in the house at one time. Barbecue pig ear. I'm pulling for Taco Bell tacos myself. So far, Taco Bell's got it. I've got some of that strawberry cheesecake in the fridge right now. I got me, well, 2 4-packs of it, and it's pretty good. I like from all of them that I've gotten so far. I like the mixed berry, and I like the banana and strawberry. That's together. They have one that's got bananas and strawberries both in it. I like it, and the mixed berry so far the best. Henry, it's down at the lobster stand. So while you're down there getting that lobster sauerkraut, you can pick it up down there. It's really good, isn't it, Deborah? I love it. I liked it so much that I had to go back for seconds for supper last night. You got go crazy, have both. Uh-huh. They ran out. Yeah, I liked mixed berries so well last night. I ended up with eating 2 of them. And that's the thing. Yogurt, plain yogurt, just plain yogurt, I do not like. But isn't it funny how you can add fruit and flavor the fruit to it and how well it turns out? You take tzatziki sauce. You take something that's really yuck and you add the flavors to it, the ingredients in it, and make your tzatziki. Isn't that some of the best condiment on the planet? I've never tried the vanilla. I seen it, but it kind of sounded plain. I had to kick it up, so that's why I got all the fruit flavored ones. They had a cinnamon. Was it cinnamon yogurt or cinnamon and something with it? It wasn't apple. And I like cinnamon, but I don't know that I would like it in a yogurt. so I didn't order it. And it's unbelievable. One container is plenty for me. And I'm not talking a big container. I'm talking about the little, they come in 4 cups. I think they're like, I don't remember how many ounces per container they are. Creamsicle yogurt. I didn't see any of that in my Walmart. It's possible. I don't remember what it was. French vanilla with, you put the fruit or chocolate chips in it. Oh, wow. I do like occasional French vanilla ice cream. It's not bad. And I just get the old fashioned ice cream, is what they call it. And I know it has vanilla bean flavoring and all that in it. Does it? See, they didn't have that at my Walmart because that would be something that, yes, I would get. I crave orange, period, all the time. That's one of the things, very, very few things that I do crave is them stupid creamsicle push-up pops. And I hadn't had them in 100 years, but I still have the craving for them. Well, that nasty Hershey's chocolate will cover up the vanilla flavor. I'd rather take vanilla and cut out the chocolate. Yeah, I see them. Yogurt bars. Well, I did see the yogurt frozen creamsicle bars, orange ones. Never even thought about it. I tell you what Henry needs to do. He needs to get yogurt, just a plain yogurt, whether it's Greek or regular yogurt, and buy a can of sauerkraut. And that way he can have his sauerkraut, yogurt, and have the best of both worlds. Buy the Bavarian sauerkraut. Hey, you haven't spoken hardly anything about your hot dog, man. You still getting your wieners from there? You used to talk about it all the time, but you hadn't said nothing about your wiener, man. I've got to throw that in there occasionally, Robin. I got to keep him on his toes. You do you guys do you or did you have one of them TCBYs in your local area? We had one here, and I always say I don't like yogurt. I don't want none of that mess. But the ex-wife, she loved it. So I would take her there and let her have, get her some. Let her have some. That didn't sound right. I would buy her some as a treat. But now that I eat yogurt, I come to the conclusion I bet it's pretty freaking good frozen because I've never had it frozen. And I can see it. It would be creamy, pretty good stuff. So I'll have to look at that at the Wally World Marts and check it out. Let's go to it right now that we're discussing it. I don't forget about it this way. How in the world do you think I want it? I just was on there and they come back and they, how do you want it? Shipped? Oh, pick up or delivery. Duh. I'm going to tell you what, I don't know what's causing it, but I have gas so freaking bad. And I'm not talking about farting, I'm talking about belching. I'm telling you what, it's unfreaking believable. I'm just constantly belching. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because I'm eating real food. I have no clue. Well, dadgummit, I'm going to have to type it. I thought they would have it listed. Is yogurt spelled yogi? YOGY? Well, all they have is on a stick. They don't have containers of frozen yogurt. Root beer vanilla float. Ice cream. That sounds worth getting. They have that. There's sherbet. They have ice cream. They have gelato. And the only thing they have that is yogurt is novelty bars. Baked blueberry muffin. Baked blueberry muffin ice cream. Oh, tropical sherbet swizzle. Now, when did whipped butter become frozen yogurt? All right, let's go back up top and see what they were. You got a chocolate chip cookie dough. You have a sea salt caramel, the chocolate chip, coffee chocolate chip, and you have chocolate chip cookie dough again. And sea salt caramel. That's all you got here. Don't have any other frozen yogurts. No, ma'am, we don't have a food line. I have Walmart and Brookshires. That's all I have. Got a Dollar General. Damnly Family Dollar, both of them. Well, hey there, Miss Donda. How are you? What are we talking about? We talking about food and yogurt. I've been doing this yogurt biz. Half gallon course in a course size and Food Lion. Well, good to hear. Do they deliver 30 minutes or less? I want my frozen yogurt now. Talking about frozen yogurt, you know why they call it Dollar General, Henry? It's not that it's only $1 for the products. When they raise the prices, it's a minimum $1 per item that it raises. So if you pay $1.99 this week, next week you may have to pay $2.99. Food Lion. Dollar Tree only increases theirs by what, 25 cents at a time. I'm doing okay today. I'm gassy. What's new though, right? We have all kinds of stores in town. We don't have the Food Line, but we got Kroger, we got the Cost Cutters, Save a Lot, Walmart's. We got all kinds of grocery stores in town, but I avoid going to town. I stay out in the country. And if it don't have it at this Walmart, then I don't need it because I'll be damned if I go to Hot Springs. That's just, I don't go. Is it frozen? I didn't. Let's see here. Yogurt. Oh, you're talking about the bars? Well, they don't have any flavors that I'm interested in. I don't do chocolate chips and sea salt and all of that. But I was very interested in it. I can do sherbet. I like orange sherbet. Yummy. Yarnells. I ain't seen them forever. Ooh, strawberry flavored premium frozen dessert. What in the world is that? They don't call it ice cream. I bet that's like their Cool Whip. Caramel butter pecan pralines. I wonder if that is yogurt that they're calling soft serve. Let's just see here. What Erie? Erie. No, it's ice cream. Well, what is the ingredient? Ah, ah. It's some kind of laboratory created product. Creamed ice cream. I open the front door occasionally. Only time I open up the back door is when I got to go out and get my groceries. Really, as far as fruit flavored ice cream, I like them all. I'm not picky when it comes to fruit flavored ice cream. If you take chocolate or caramel, salted caramel, things like that, I'm not very fond of. Yeah, I hear Benny sneezing. Something woke him up. I've got my cat. If he gets startled and woke up, he goes to sneezing. I don't know why either. Till he gets good and wake, he's just sneezing like crazy. I don't like the cookies and cream. So actually, all I gotta do is put a pair of shoes on and go out the car and get in and head to Taco Bell. But chances are it ain't gonna happen. Lobster ice cream. Yuck, yuck. It's kind of like eating sardine ice cream, wouldn't it? Yes, I did. I seen them, Margaret, but like I said, they don't have any flavors I would be interested in. Well, hello there, Mary. How you doing? What are we doing? We talking about food. That's my favorite and best topic to talk about is food. Looks like we are at 102 degrees. Now, I would try that. Yeah, I would definitely try that. Never had one, but I'd sure try it. So, in other words, it's getting pretty dang hot in this house. I ain't got the air conditioner going. Yeah, what time is it? It is 2:30. Yeah, 2:30 here. Oh, you been cutting that lawn? Wow. What is the hottest food that I've ever tasted? Probably my ex-wife's chicken and dumplings. That was a meal that I actually felt for 3 days afterwards. It was hot. Yeah, she kind of dumped a big old pile of black pepper in it when she was cooking it. Didn't tell me nothing about it till after I took a bite of it and went, "Oh my God, I can't breathe." And chances are she added something else to it just to spice it up a little bit. Yeah, I felt that for 3 days after I had it. But you know what? She did make good chicken and dumplings on the norm. She was having a bad day apparently that day. I've made several posts about her homemade chicken and dumplings because Cracker Barrel didn't hold a candle to hers because it was so good. And that particular batch, no, it wasn't. In other words, it got thrown out. It didn't get ate the next day. Oh, you finally used to using that trimmer? Honestly, a weed whacker is kind of like a shovel. They never did make a handle that actually fit my hands properly, so I never did get used to them. Yeah, for some reason they just didn't have the right handles to them. But I did buy me a weed whacker. Was it earlier this year? Yeah, I think it was this year. Yeah, just had to blow the leaves on my front and back porch. I bought one of them little bitty things from Walmart, a combo set. It come with a weed whacker and a blower. And I did need to, right against the steps in the front backyard, there's patches of grass that I could reach sitting down and hold the weed whacker out in front of me and cut it down. So it worked out perfect. It's real light, and I can sit on the step and take care of what I need to get done, and then blow the leaves off the back porch and front porch. Cajun chicken wings. Now I can go for me a batch of them Cajun wings. Oh, I like them. You know, back when I was working, in the early days of employment at the career I chose, they had their own fire department inside the village, and I would go there and on Sunday mornings and have breakfast because I work Sunday through Thursdays, and I'd stop in there. I knew most of the guys that worked there, outside of the department and employment. So they always asked me, "Why don't you come over Sunday morning and have breakfast with us?" And so I started doing it, and that was just a norm every day, every Sunday. That's where I'd be. And when they made their bacon or their sausage and even eggs, they would put Cajun seasoning on it. And I'd never thought about doing that. And I asked him one day, man, and what makes these taste the way they do? They're really good. And the guy that normally cooks said, well, this is what I put on us. You got to be kidding. I'd never really tasted a Cajun seasoning before. And so he told me what it was. It's Clover Grove, Dollar General's brand of Cajun seasoning. And I went instantly to Dollar General and bought me 4 bottles of it. I've got a bottle of it in my pantry right now. It's good stuff. And you can put that on anything. I put it in my soup. I put it in my chili. It's a good flavor. I love it. And it's not too hot. It's got good flavor, good seasoning, a little bit of heat, but not a whole lot. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't. The only time I go to hot springs, and I hadn't been to hot springs 2 or 3 months now. It's Dollar General's brand. It's Clover Grove. That's the name of it, and you get it at Dollar General. I know Tony Chachery's and a couple others has the Cajun seasoning, but I don't know. I've never had theirs to compare it. All I know that Dollar General brand is some good stuff. When I was frying my eggs, I would Clover Valley. Thank you, Robert. When I was frying my eggs, I'd put it on my eggs while they were cooking. I would put it on my bacon and my breakfast sausage. And it just really kicked it up a notch. Really, really good. Let's don't do that. Let's don't do that. We don't do that on my streams. Sorry. 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 Don't click on that, please. We don't do that. Oh, you're more than welcome. And see, I worked at Dollar General for 8 months. You'd have thought I'd have remembered the exact name of that stuff. If you never tried Clover Valley milk chocolate bars, you don't know what you're missing. They're pretty dang good. With or without almonds. I ain't kidding you. Oh, all right, Linda. I got a beef to talk to you about. I bought them Carmela little bars, with the milk chocolate and caramel in the middle of them. They suck. They literally are. They're not like Hershey bars. There's something in them. I don't know if it's salt or what, but boy, they ain't that good. No, they're not, Deborah. You want them? I could probably go down to the street and dig them out of the trash can. Not to me, they're not. All right, Thomas Edison. Well, I know it was. But hey, I had to get you to comment something. I'll stick to my yogurts. I finally found something it's halfway good for you, that really has good taste. And so I'm gonna, as long as I can, I'm gonna stick to the yogurt. I don't know if there's such thing as too much yogurt. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. Maybe if I can't control bowel movement, it's time to lay off from it. Is that a way to find out? But you know what? Maybe by that time I won't even want to see a sweet in the house. Honestly, I don't know. I think this is the first time I've ever tried Cadbury products. Oh, I tried that Easter egg thing. And I wasn't a fan of it, but the chocolate tasted different. Yeah, the eggs chocolate wasn't bad. It was the center filling that I wasn't fond of. But the chocolate was good. But these little things I'm talking about, the little Cadbury or the caramel filled chocolate, whatever, nah, I didn't care for them. Well, if that's the case, Robert, maybe I should give them to all these dogs that's hanging out that's not mine. Put out a bowl of them and let them eat it. Get rid of them.
I got an update.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Inner fuel filter. It was the wrong filter.
I had a suspicion when you said what you
So-
said.
Yeah.
Well, hey, if that fixed it, that's great.
But we don't know yet. But it's definitely the wrong filter.
Okay.
So the rookie, the last loves that did my PM, put the wrong filter in it. So that would constrict the fuel, maybe not having the right filter, certain type, certain width, diameter, whatever. So caused it to not put the fuel through it good, pressure wise.
Well, that material that the actual filter is made out of, that right there has a different consistency per filters. That's possibility what it is, and putting the right one on would fix that everything that you're having issues with.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll do a little test run, see if the lights stay off. See if I got power.
Yeah.
Wasn't getting enough fuel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Simple, right? Simple
Yeah.
shit.
And everybody, when something goes wrong, everyone thinks the worst, and a lot of times it's the simple things that is a problem.
Yep. So
You
we'll get a.
first and hope for the best.
But like we always say, it's not a matter if it's going to happen; it's when it's going to happen, and you just have to fix it as you go. You know, every truck is going to break down some way, shape, or another, or some other form. You know, it's getting it fixed quickly, swiftly, and getting back on the game. That's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, there you go. Hopefully somebody learned something today.
Yeah.
I appreciate you moderating this, Curtis. You know, putting the information out there and letting people know what's going on, and
You're more than welcome.
I do appreciate it. I know I get distracted and frustrated at times, and I do apologize to people that listen to my bitching and ranting and granting and grunting and farting and whatever, hawk chewing, whatever the hell I do. But you guys have a great day, okay?
All right, Dennis, you too, and good luck with that, okay?
Yep. Bye now.
Bye-bye. Well, that's good. Hopefully this will solve the problem. Good to hear. Yeah, I don't think it's his fuel lines, Thomas, because all of this just come up all of a sudden after he had that last service done to the truck. And so hopefully this corrects the problem. I know filters do, and that's what I told him earlier. You know, one sensor can go bad and it affects multiple sensors. It's not just one. And if the fuel is not getting enough fuel, then it'll set off a oxygen sensor. If the oxygen sensor gets tripped off, then you have others, which it just one after the other down the road. It may not be instantly, but eventually they're all going to trip off. And that's where all these warnings go on your dash, is because of all the issues that this one has created. So the first one, the second one, he said had to do with fuel. And I've seen myself personally, just by having double O-rings on a fuel filter can cause problems. Because why? It's going to leak. Well, that tells the computer that it's not getting enough fuel. It may be just a micro seepage, it might be a micro drip, but these things are tuned so delicately that it doesn't take a fraction of anything for it to trip these sensors off. And they're done that way to protect the motor. You know, you got the fuel mixture and air mixture, which you don't want it too lean, you don't want it too rich. That's why they're designed this way. No, he actually got it from Love's. So I'm going to say it was probably a Fram or a Love's brand fuel filter. The problem is it was a new mechanic that was servicing his truck, and that's how it ended up with the wrong filter on it. You know, you can cross-reference filters, you know, from one brand to the other, but that doesn't guarantee you that the cross-reference is going to be correct. That's why it's always best to use one brand and one brand only. If they don't have it here, go somewhere else and get the brand that you normally use, because the cross-references could be different. And like I say, it might have been okay back 30 years ago, but 30 years ago, they didn't have all the sensors and computer system hooked up to the truck to where nowadays, no, it's not okay because it's going to trip it out one way or the other. That's why it's always best to stick with one thing. Don't be changing brands all the time. I myself, I just use what they just recommend. The car, up until I bought it, was serviced at Toyota. And then after that, I just started buying the filters myself because Toyota would normally use Fram filters. So I just started buying them myself. And my buddy across the road would do the filter change for $10 or $15. Buy the oil there at Tractor Supply. Did you know you could buy Tractor Supply brand full synthetic oil? It was $20 for 5 quarts. They are. And it's not just trucks, it's all vehicles. That's why you could sit down in the motor compartment of a car and be comfortable, go to sleep. Shoot, nowadays you'd have to take half the car apart just to get your legs in the compartments. There's a pack full of stuff that has to do with emission controls, which is a joke. That's part of the government's ploy to, you can only get your cars serviced and certain things done at a dealership, certified dealership. Bunch of crap. I used to work on my truck myself. I done everything except for engine replacement or a head gasket. Major engine repairs I would take to somewhere else. But as far as everything else, I done it myself. Because really it wasn't that difficult to know what you was doing. And this was back before YouTube. But now that you got YouTube, man, that's a lifesaver. If you got a question about how to do or what to do on anything, I don't care what it is, you look it up on YouTube. It'll be there. I have a 99 Chevy Blazer. It actually has a 2001 Chevy, the six cylinder, whatever, come out of a S10, I believe. And that thing is really nice. And yeah, it's got computer things on it, but it's nothing like what it is today. It has electronic fuel injectors and blah, 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 and electronic ignition, blah, blah, blah. It has all kinds of sensors, but shit, it ain't got the sensors that what we have today. I guarantee you they probably got a sensor on the seats that if you fart too much, it's going to set a sensor off. And that'll have to do with emission controls. Releasing too many methane gases into the air. It's unbelievable what our world has come to. You know, that's one thing you can tell Dennis doesn't have sensors in his seat because he'd have done set it off the first week he had the truck, right? But yeah, I have my Toyota Camry. I love that little car. It's very uncomfortable. I have the sport seats and sport driving package. It's a little sport car. It's not the family get out and drive to California, and it's meant to be sporty, and it has all that stuff on it. But I've had it. My dad bought it in 2012. When he passed away, I bought it from the bank. So I've drove it ever since we drove it off the parking lot, bought it brand new. That's why I wanted to buy it. It was because I knew what the car was. I knew it was serviced every 2,000 miles. Go figure this. I told Dad it's good for 5,000. He says, no, I want it taken care of. And so that's what he did. I drive it. My dad didn't drive a whole lot. He's kind of like me. So when it came to going to town, I always drove him there. We always did on Fridays. That was my day off. And anytime he had issues, whether it's recall or services, whatever, I took it with him. So I knew the car. And I knew it only had 41,000 miles when I bought it from him or bought it from the bank. And right now it's got right at 70,000. So that'll tell you how many miles I put on it. But yeah, it's been a really good car. I've had one problem with it, and it turned out it ended up being a fuse blown, and it happened when my ex drove it into a ditch. And that's what blew it out. Because she is sitting there just spinning the tires off trying to get out and over revving it and all this stuff. And so that there you have it. So once I got that fixed, I hadn't had a bit of problem with it again. Been a really good car. Of course, like I said, I only got 71,000 miles. It should be good, right? But it's been nice talking to you, Thomas. You have a good day at work today and take care and be safe out there, okay? Come back anytime. Always good to have newbies come in and say something with us, add to the conversation, and be part of the streams. That's always nice. You remember all the trouble we were having with YouTube? Just hateful people. Well, so far, knock on wood, we hadn't had any of it in a while. Hopefully we'll keep up the good track record and just continually grow on YouTube also. Wouldn't it be something if I stopped streaming on Facebook and started YouTube only? What would everybody do? Would you follow me over there? What, Diane? I was shutting down. Where you been? Late for the party. Don't tell me you just got up. I've been doing this for nearly 8 hours now. Where you been? Actually, I about got myself talked into getting my butt out of this chair, putting some shoes on my feet, getting in the car outside, and headed to town to Taco Bell. Go figure. I have 2 Mexican restaurants out here, one curbside, one drive-through, and I drive all the way to Hot Springs just to Taco Bell. You go figure that one out. That'll tell you something. I actually got 3, but I don't want to have to go into Hot Springs Village to get to the other one. And that's a dine-in only. So I don't ever figure I'll ever go to that place. The one that does the curbside has really good fajitas. Oh man, they are good. They have the best flavor of any other place that I've been to when it comes to fajitas. Yeah, it's a little bit pricey, but you know, you pay pretty good money for pretty good food, right? And that's why I like Taco Bell is you get I like Taco Bell, period. I don't care what anyone says or thinks. If you have a problem with Taco Bell, well, I'm sorry. But I like Taco Bell, so a decent meal for a decent price. And I consider it healthy. Yeah, I know. It's part of me. I need to get out of the house kind of deals. You know, I bought a golf cart and I keep it parked under the carport so it's easy to get to. And I've got it. I got it chained to the carport. Keep people from honest crooks from stealing the batteries out of it. But once I used it twice, I thought, holy shit, this is too much work to unstrap the cable every time I need to use it. Come up with the idea, well, we'll get this shed cleaned out and have a ramp built, and I'll park it in the shed. Well, that didn't work out because didn't build the ramp wide enough. And coming in and out of the shed kind of makes me nervous, so I ended up parking it back under the carport. Have I moved it since? Yeah, one time. How long ago was that? A couple months now. So this golf cart, I've drove it 6 times since I've owned it, and I've had it for many months. Well, hey, happy Saturday to you, Mr. Rex. How are you doing? You getting that nasty weather yet? I did mine yesterday, my shot. And I'm wondering if that's what's giving me so much gas is them shots. Because ever since I've been doing the shots I've been having the problems with the gas. And it's a sulfur taste. I thought it was the iron pills doing it, but it's not the iron pills. It can't be. So the only other thing I can see is it doing it is the shots. Yeah, right. Well, it's not coming out of that end. It's coming out of the top end. The rear mainsail is still good. Yeah, it's the head gaskets. It's just blowing out. And I said it tastes like sulfur, so I can't taste with my rear end. You might be able to, but I can't. You've seen that fart in a bottle, hadn't you? Where the it's a spray, little bitty spray bottle, and you spray it on somebody or in their house or car, whatever. I thought about getting a bottle of that, but who would I spray it around? The cats? They waited about 7, 8 years too long for me to use it. Or maybe I could go visit my brother. That's one thing good about metformin. It keep me regular. Yeah, I thought it was this one drug that I take for my diabetes, but it ended up being the other one that I took, which was metformin. And once I got taken off from it, guess what? Had to start buying them bottles of that X-Lax. No, it's not that. Well, you know what I'm talking about. I had to start using it occasionally. But definitely got to get that looked at when I go back to the doctor next month. I don't feel comfortable with the staying low like it is all the time. Like I said, I ate a lot yesterday, and before I went and laid in my recliner yesterday evening, I took it and it was low. So I'm having to skip doses of medication because of it. And I need to get that corrected one way or the other, whether she takes me off the meds, because I'm not going to quit the Ozempic because it's helping me in more than just one way. I know it's expensive, and hopefully things work out the way I got it set up. And if B, yeah, I'll be happy to quit taking medication. That medication, you know, it's really scary when your sugar gets low like that and you're supposed to take it, and you got to go to bed. That's not a comfortable feeling before you go to sleep. So I got a bottle or a can of that cola in there by my recliner that's in arm's reach. So in case I do wake up and it's right there at not safe levels, I can down that soda, and even if I pass out, I'm in my recliner, but I know I'm going to come back. That's not a fun feeling. So I have to get that corrected. I know we had a friend that worked at one of the stores she worked at, and he was one of them that took medications only when he wanted to. He had blood pressure problems, he had diabetes problems, and he ended up having a stroke and he died from it. And that's what I think about me missing medications. I don't know in my case whether it's going to hurt it or not, but I'm taking it off and on. It's not a continuous. I don't know how diabetes is how it's set up for each per person dose. I assume, like me, I take it every day. I was taking it twice a day, and now I'm down to one time a day. And it's really, so far I could actually not take it, but who wants to risk it, right? So I got to get medical approval. And when I go back, she'll ask me, well, what's it doing? And I'll tell her what it's doing. And take it in the morning, take it at night, and then there's times I take it in the middle of the day. So, and I'm consuming food, not junk food. I'm eating, and it's still doing that. And I just need to get it diagnosed one way or the other, to be the safest way to do it. Mary, I'm not too really worried about it. It happens. It happens. The downfall is the taste that you taste in your mouth when you do it. I'm thinking that's what it is, Becky. It's got to be that shot that I take, because I didn't have this issue until I started giving myself these shots, and now that's where it's come up at. It's not my normal meds that I take, because I've taken them for years. Never had this issue up until this now. So we'll get that all figured out. And I know I could look on and look it up and see if it causes gassy problems. But I got to worry about yogurt. Finding new flavors of yogurt. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and end this podcast for the day. I appreciate all of you guys staying in here with me, coming in and saying howdy and being part of it. Even the ones still in the background that hadn't said nothing, thank you guys. And before you guys leave, please like and share this stream. Show Dennis you do care about what we create. But hey, let me put this on there. See, I just don't like the way the camera makes me look. But anyway, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Have a great evening, and I will catch you on the next one, maybe in a day or two. We'll see how things are going here at the house. But go out and enjoy the evening. Get you something good to eat. You do the same, Linda. You take care of yourself. And I'll catch you on the next one, okay? All right. Have a good one.